these teachings bring you freedom from all that weighs heavy on your heart tonight. I'm sharing these ancient Buddhist tales from a quiet monastery where the night air carries the scent of incense and the wisdom of 1,000 years whispers through every breath. These stories have transformed millions of restless nights into the deepest, most restorative sleep imaginable. And tonight, they will do the same for you. You've found your way here because something within you knows there is another way to meet this moment. A way that doesn't require you to fix yourself or become someone different before you're allowed to rest. You're enough, exactly as you are. And the peace you've been seeking has been here all along, patient as the stars, waiting for you to simply notice it. Tonight you'll discover life-changing Buddhist wisdom through stories so simple they seem almost ordinary, yet so profound they've awakened countless souls to complete freedom. These aren't tales about superhuman masters or impossible achievements. These are stories about people just like you who discovered that enlightenment isn't something distant to achieve, but something present to recognize, right here, right now, in this very breath. As we journey together through these teachings, something remarkable will begin to happen without you even trying. The tension you've been carrying will start to dissolve like morning mist. The thoughts that have been keeping you awake will gradually quiet like wind settling after a storm. Your body will become heavy and relaxed, sinking deeper into rest with each word, each breath, each moment of allowing yourself to simply be here. So right now, settle into your most comfortable position. Adjust your pillow one last time. Let your body sink completely into the surface beneath you, feeling how you're supported without any effort on your part. Take one slow, deep breath with me now, filling your lungs completely. And as you exhale, know with absolute certainty that you've just begun a journey into the most restorative sleep you've experienced in a very long time. Let's begin with our first story about a monk who learned the most important lesson of his entire life. Our first tale comes from a monastery nestled deep in mountains, where mist clings to ancient pine trees and the sound of a distant waterfall creates a constant, soothing rhythm. Here lived a young monk named Riku who had been practicing with an intensity that bordered on desperation. He had come to the monastery 5 years earlier with a single burning desire to achieve enlightenment, to finally find the peace that had eluded him his entire life. Riku would wake before dawn, before even the wake-up bell, and sit in meditation until his legs screamed with pain. He would study sutras until his eyes burned, memorizing every word, analyzing every teaching, searching for the secret that would unlock the door to awakening. He questioned every teacher, attended every Dharma talk, pushed himself relentlessly toward his goal with a fierce determination that everyone admired but no one could quite understand. The other monks would watch him with a mixture of respect and concern. They saw his dedication, his refusal to rest, his absolute commitment to the path. But they also noticed something else. Despite all his effort, despite years of intensive practice, Riku seemed more agitated than peaceful, more desperate than content, more lost than found. The harder he grasped for enlightenment, the more it seemed to slip through his fingers like water. One autumn morning, when golden leaves drifted down like prayers and the air held that particular crispness that speaks of change, Riku was assigned to work in the monastery garden alongside an elderly monk named Joshin. Joshin had been at the monastery for nearly 60 years, longer than anyone could remember. He held no official position, gave no formal teachings, and spent his days doing the simplest work, tending vegetables, sweeping paths, mending robes, preparing simple meals. There was something about Joshin that drew people to him, though he never sought attention. He moved through his days with an ease that seemed almost otherworldly, fully present to each task, whether he was pulling weeds or sitting in meditation. His face held a quality of deep peace that Riku found both magnetic and frustrating. Here was someone who seemed to have what Riku desperately wanted, yet Joshin appeared to do nothing special to maintain it. As they worked together in the garden, pulling weeds from between rows of late-season vegetables, Riku's frustration finally erupted, like water bursting through a dam. He could no longer contain the desperation that had been building in him for 5 long years. The sense that he was failing at the one thing that mattered most. "Master Joshin," he said, his voice trembling with barely suppressed emotion, "I need your help. I've I've been practicing for 5 years. 5 years of meditation, study, complete dedication to this path. I barely sleep because I'm always practicing. I push through pain and exhaustion. I give everything I have, every single moment of every single day. And yet I feel no closer to enlightenment than the day I first walked through the monastery gates. He paused, fighting back tears of frustration. In fact, I feel further away, more confused, more lost, more desperate. Every day I wake up with this burning question. Am I getting closer? Am I doing it right? Will I ever achieve what I came here to find? And the answer always feels like no. I watch you, Master Joshin, and you seem to have found what I'm seeking. You move through your days with such peace, such ease, such presence. Please, I'm begging you, tell me what I'm doing wrong. Tell me what I'm missing. Tell me how to finally achieve enlightenment. Joshin continued pulling weeds, his weathered hands moving with patient precision, completely absorbed in the simple task before him. His face showed no reaction to Riku's outburst, no judgment, no surprise, just the same gentle attention he brought to everything. The silence stretched out, punctuated only by the sound of their hands in the soil, the distant waterfall, a bird calling from the pine trees. Finally, without looking up from his work, Joshin said quietly, almost as if speaking to himself, "You are seeking enlightenment. That seeking is your problem." Riku felt a flash of anger surge through him like lightning. After pouring out his heart, after revealing his deepest frustration and pain, this was the answer. He struggled to keep his voice level. "But Master Joshin, isn't that the entire point? Isn't that why we're all here? Isn't seeking enlightenment what Zen practice is fundamentally about?" Joshin sat back on his heels slowly, as if he had all the time in the world, and finally turned to look at Riku. His eyes held a depth of compassion that immediately softened the edge of Riku's anger. There was no judgment in that gaze, no criticism, only a profound kindness that seemed to see right through to Riku's suffering heart. "Tell me something, Riku," Joshin said gently. "What is in your hand right now, in this very moment?" Riku looked down, confused by the question. "A weed. I'm holding a weed. And a moment ago, when you were pulling that weed, when your attention was completely absorbed in the act of grasping the stem, feeling for where the root was anchored, pulling it free from the soil, where was your mind that is always seeking enlightenment? Where was your desperate need to become awakened? Where was all that anxiety about whether you're making progress?" Riku paused, genuinely considering the question. He realized with a shock of recognition that for those brief moments when he was completely engaged in pulling the weed, his seeking mind had been utterly silent. There had been no thoughts of enlightenment, no measuring of his progress, no anxiety about whether he was practicing correctly. There had been only the simple, direct experience of the task itself, the sensation of the stem in his fingers, the subtle resistance of roots clinging to earth, the small sound of soil releasing its grip, the smell of fresh earth. "It was quiet," Riku said slowly, as if discovering something for the first time. "My mind was completely quiet." Joshin nodded, a gentle smile crossing his weathered face like sunlight breaking through clouds. "In that moment, you were not seeking anything. You were simply here, doing what you were doing, being what you are, completely present to this moment without division. And tell me, in that moment of pure presence, were you suffering? Were you agitated? Were you lost? Were you lacking anything at all?" Riku had to admit the truth. "No, I was just there, just pulling the weed. Nothing was missing." "This," Joshin said, returning his attention to the garden, his hands resuming their patient work, "is the great paradox that lives at the very heart of Zen practice, the one truth that almost everyone misses when they first begin walking this path. Seeking enlightenment is itself the primary obstacle to enlightenment. The very act of seeking creates a fundamental split in your being, a division that becomes the source of all your suffering." He pulled another weed, examined its roots with interest, set it aside on the growing pile. "When you seek enlightenment, you create two versions of yourself. There is the you right now who is insufficient, incomplete, unenlightened, not good enough, and there is the future you who will finally be enough, who will finally have achieved what you lack, who will finally be worthy of peace. This split is violence against your own true nature. It makes this moment not enough. It makes you not enough. It turns your entire life into constant, exhausting striving towards something else, somewhere else, some other time that never actually arrives. Joshin paused in his work, gazing out across the garden to where late afternoon light was beginning to paint everything golden. But enlightenment, real enlightenment, is not somewhere else. It is here. It is not some other time. It is now. It is not a state you achieve in the future after sufficient practice and purification and transformation. It is the simple, direct awareness that is already here, already present, already looking through your eyes, already experiencing this moment, already completely awake. Riku felt something beginning to crack open inside him, like ice that had been frozen solid for years suddenly starting to fracture and melt. It was painful and liberating at the same time. But Master Joshin, if enlightenment is already here, why do I not experience it? Why do I feel so far from peace, so disconnected from what you're describing? Joshin turned to look at him fully now, setting down the weeds he had been gathering. Because you are seeking it, Riku. Because you are looking for something other than what is actually here. It is exactly like searching everywhere for your glasses while they are sitting on your face. The searching itself prevents you from seeing what is already present. Every moment you spend seeking enlightenment is a moment you are not present to the enlightenment that is here, waiting patiently for you to stop looking elsewhere and simply notice what has always been true. He gestured to the garden around them, to the way late afternoon sunlight filtered through the pine trees, creating patterns of gold and shadow, to the sound of water flowing over rocks in the distance, to the scent of earth and growing things, to the feeling of cool air on skin. This moment, exactly as it is the Buddha's teaching. This breath flowing in and out of your body is enlightenment expressing itself. This simple act of being alive and aware is what you have been seeking, not some mystical experience that will transform you into someone different, not some dramatic awakening where suddenly you become special. Just this, the direct, unfiltered experience of being here now, without the constant commentary of the seeking mind that says, this isn't it, it must be something else, something more. Riku felt tears beginning to well in his eyes, though he could not have said exactly why. Perhaps it was relief. Perhaps it was grief for the 5 years he had spent fighting against himself, demanding that he be different, better, more enlightened. Perhaps it was simply the exhaustion of finally being able to set down a burden he had been carrying for so long, a burden that had become so familiar he had almost forgotten it was there. So what should I do? He asked quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. If seeking is the problem, what is the practice? How do I stop seeking when seeking has become my entire identity, my whole reason for being here? Joshin smiled again, that smile that held infinite patience and kindness, as if he had been asked this question 1,000 times and would answer it 1,000 more without ever growing tired. Stop seeking, just be here. When you sit in meditation, do not sit trying to achieve enlightenment or reach some special state. Just sit, simply sit. When you walk, do not walk towards some imagined destination of awakening. Just walk, simply walk. When you eat, just eat. When you work in this garden, just work in this garden. Be completely, utterly, totally present to what you are actually doing. Not to some fantasy of what you think you should be doing or where you think you should be getting to. He paused, looking directly into Riku's eyes with a gaze that seemed to penetrate straight through to his deepest self. This does not mean you stop practicing. You continue to sit in meditation, to study the teachings, to work, to engage with this life. But you do it from presence, not from lack, from fullness, not from seeking, from the recognition that you are already complete, already whole, already home. The practice is not to get somewhere you are not. The practice is to wake up to where you already are. Joshin stood slowly, his old joints creaking slightly, and placed a hand on Riku's shoulder. The touch was gentle but grounded, conveying more than words ever could. The Buddha taught that all beings already have Buddha nature. It is not something you must acquire or achieve or become worthy of. It is what you are beneath all the layers of seeking and striving and self-judgment. When you stop trying to become enlightened and simply allow yourself to be what you already are, enlightenment reveals itself, not as something new, but as what was here all along, hidden only by your refusal to see it. That day marked a profound turning point in Riku's practice. Though the change was subtle rather than dramatic, there were no fireworks, no mystical visions, no sense of suddenly achieving something he had previously lacked, but something fundamental shifted in how he related to his life, to his practice, to himself. He continued to wake early and sit in meditation, but now he sat differently. He was not trying to get anywhere, not measuring his progress, not judging whether he was doing it right. He was just sitting with complete attention to the simple reality of sitting. Breath moving in and out, sounds arising and passing, sensations in the body, thoughts appearing and disappearing like clouds. When his mind wandered, which it still did constantly, he would simply notice and return to his breath. Not because returning to his breath would make him enlightened, but simply because that was the practice in that moment. Nothing more. The agitation that had characterized his first 5 years began to dissolve like mist in morning sunlight. Not because he had achieved anything new, but because he had stopped creating agitation through his constant seeking. The peace he had been desperately grasping for revealed itself to have been here all along, waiting patiently beneath the storm of his striving, as close as his own breath, as intimate as his own heartbeat. He discovered that enlightenment was not a destination to reach, but a way of being present to what is already here, not later, not elsewhere, not in some future moment when conditions would finally be perfect. Here, now, this breath, this moment, this simple, ordinary, extraordinary reality of being alive and aware. One morning, several months after that conversation in the garden, Riku was sitting in meditation when he noticed something remarkable. He had been so completely present to the experience of breathing that there was no sense of a separate self doing the breathing. There was just breathing, just awareness, just this. And in that moment of complete presence, he understood with his whole being what Joshin had been pointing to. He had not become enlightened. He had simply recognized the enlightenment that had always been present, like suddenly seeing the glasses that had been on his face all along. When the meditation period ended, he found Joshin sweeping leaves from the monastery courtyard. The old monk looked up and smiled as Riku approached, and somehow, without words, he knew. "You stopped seeking," Joshin said simply. "I stopped seeking," Riku confirmed, his eyes bright with tears of gratitude and recognition. "And in stopping, I found what I had been seeking all along. Or rather, I recognized it had never been lost." Joshin nodded, returning to his sweeping with the same complete presence he brought to everything. "Now your real practice begins. Not the practice of seeking enlightenment, but the practice of living from enlightenment, of remembering again and again to be present, of returning to this moment whenever you notice you have wandered into thoughts about past or future, success or failure, progress or regression." He paused in his sweeping and looked at Riku with infinite kindness. Enlightenment is not a permanent state where you never forget, never get lost, never suffer. It is a recognition that you can return to again and again. You will forget. You will get caught in seeking again. You will fall into old patterns. This is being human. The difference now is that you know the way home. You know how to stop seeking and simply be present. And each time you remember, the recognition becomes more natural, more effortless, until one day there is no one left who needs to remember because there is only presence itself. Riku bowed deeply, not just with his body but with his whole being, feeling a gratitude so profound it had no words. He had come to the monastery seeking enlightenment as if it were a treasure hidden somewhere far away. What he discovered was that the treasure had been in his own hands all along, waiting only for him to open his eyes and see it. Years later, when Riku became a teacher himself, and students would come to him with that same desperate seeking he had once embodied, he would smile with recognition and compassion. He would take them to the garden, hand them a weed, and ask them to pull it with complete attention. when they looked confused, he would tell them about Joshin, about the day he learned that seeking enlightenment was the obstacle to enlightenment, that peace is not found by reaching for it but by recognizing it is already here, has always been here, will always be here, waiting beneath the storm of seeking. This teaching about non-seeking, about the fundamental paradox at the heart of spiritual practice, is one of the most profound truths in all of Buddhism. We believe that peace, awakening, liberation lie somewhere in the future, that we must become someone different before we are worthy of freedom. But this belief itself is the cage. This constant reaching for something other than what is here creates the very suffering we are trying to escape. The Buddha himself taught this when he said that all beings already possess Buddha nature. It is not something you must acquire. It is what you are beneath all the conditioning, beneath all the seeking, beneath all the stories you tell yourself about who you are and what you lack. When you stop trying to become enlightened and simply allow yourself to be what you already are, you discover that you have been home all along, that you have been free all along, that peace has been here all along, patiently waiting for you to stop looking elsewhere. As you rest here now, breathing naturally, allowing your body to settle more deeply into stillness, can you feel what it is like to not be seeking anything, not seeking sleep, not seeking peace, not seeking to be anywhere other than exactly where you are, just being here in this body, in this breath, in this moment, without the constant reaching for something else, something more, something different. This is not a practice to achieve something. This is simply what it feels like to stop fighting with reality, to stop demanding that this moment be different before you can be at peace, to finally arrive where you have always been. Let the seeking fall away like autumn leaves falling from trees. Let yourself rest in the simple recognition that nothing needs to change for you to be okay. You are already okay. You have always been okay. This moment is already complete. Our second story takes us to a different monastery. This one by the sea, where the sound of waves creates a constant meditation, where salt air mixes with incense, where the rhythm of tides teaches about impermanence more clearly than any sutra. Here lived a brilliant young nun named Akane, who had come to practice Zen with fierce intellectual dedication. Akane was exceptional in every way. She had studied philosophy at university before ordaining, and she brought that same analytical mind to her Zen practice. She could discuss the Diamond Sutra with eloquence that left even senior teachers impressed. She could explain the subtleties of Nagarjuna's philosophy with clarity and precision. She knew the koans, the sutras, the commentaries. She could quote teachings from memory and explain their meanings in multiple contexts. She was, by all measures, a model student, someone who understood the Dharma deeply. But her teacher, an old nun named Chiyo who had practiced for over 50 years in simplicity and silence, watched Akane with growing concern. For all her brilliant understanding, for all her intellectual mastery of the teachings, Akane did not seem peaceful. She carried her knowledge like armor, using it to defend against uncertainty, to maintain control over the messy reality of actual experience, to keep herself safe from the vulnerability of not knowing. Chiyo noticed how Akane lived almost entirely in her head, in concepts and theories and frameworks, protected from the raw immediacy of direct experience. She would analyze her meditation sessions, categorize her emotional states, fit everything into her intellectual understanding of how practice should unfold. She had created an elaborate map of the spiritual path, but she was not actually walking it. She was studying the map, memorizing the map, discussing the map with others, all while remaining in the same place. One day, Chiyo asked Akane to do something unusual. "I want you to go to the village market," she said, "and purchase vegetables for the monastery. Take your time, pay attention." Akane felt a flash of annoyance that she tried to hide. She was one of the senior students, accomplished in her studies, and here she was being sent on an errand like a novice. She felt this was beneath her, a waste of time when she could be studying important teachings. But she went, dutiful if resentful, determined to complete the task quickly and return to her real practice. In the village market, Akane found the vegetable seller, an old woman with hands gnarled and weathered from decades of farming. dirt permanently embedded under her fingernails, face deeply lined by sun and wind and time. As Akane was selecting vegetables, moving quickly, checking items off her mental list, wanting to be done and gone, the old woman looked at her with eyes that seemed to see more than should have been possible, and smiled. "You have the look of someone carrying something very heavy," the old woman said gently. "Would you like to rest here for a moment?" Akane was about to offer a polite refusal, to say she was fine. She was busy. She needed to get back. But something in the old woman's eyes, a quality of genuine warmth completely free of judgment, made her pause. Before she quite knew what she was doing, she found herself sitting on the small wooden stool the woman offered, surrounded by the smell of earth and green growing things, the sounds of the market flowing around her like water. The old woman continued her work, arranging vegetables with care, speaking with customers, moving with an ease and presence that Akane recognized from her studies but had never actually felt in her own body. After some time passed in comfortable silence, the woman spoke without looking at Akane, her hands still busy with her work. "I have never been to a monastery," she said simply. "I cannot read the sacred texts. I do not know the teachings of the great masters. I do not know the names of the Buddhas or the Bodhisattvas. But I know vegetables." She held up a radish, turning it slowly in her weathered hands. "I know how a radish grows, how it needs cool weather and loose soil, how you can feel in your hands when it is ready to harvest. I know the weight that means it is full of water and sweet, the firmness that tells you it is fresh. I know how to arrange them so people can see their beauty, how to price them fairly so both buyer and seller can be content. This is what I know. This is my practice." She set the radish down carefully, her movements deliberate and unhurried, and turned to look directly at Akane. "And in knowing vegetables this way, completely, with my whole being, not just my thinking mind, but my hands and my eyes and my heart, I know something of life itself, the way things grow in their own time, the way beauty is simple and right in front of us, the way each thing has its season, the way nothing lasts forever but something new is always coming." The old woman's gaze was penetrating but kind. "You study great teachings. This is good. Knowledge is a wonderful thing. But I wonder, are you living what you study? Or are you collecting teachings like I collect vegetables? Something external to carry around, to arrange, to display, but not something that has become part of your very bones." Akane felt as if she had been struck, as if this illiterate old woman who knew nothing of Buddhism, who had probably never even heard the word Dharma, had just expressed something more profound than all the sutras Akane had memorized, all the philosophical treatises she had analyzed, all the commentaries she had studied. This woman had pointed directly at the split in Akane's practice, the fundamental division she had been trying so hard not to see. Akane had been using knowledge as a substitute for actual transformation, understanding as a defense against real engagement with life, intellectual mastery, as a way to avoid the vulnerability and uncertainty of genuine practice. She had been treating Zen as information to acquire, wisdom to accumulate, understanding to achieve, all while missing the most basic point that Zen is not about knowing but about being, not about understanding life but about living it. When Akane returned to the monastery, her basket full of vegetables but her mind full of something she could not quite name, she went immediately to Chiyo and told her about the encounter. She described the old woman's words, the way they had penetrated her defenses, the recognition that had dawned in her that all her brilliant understanding meant nothing if it did not transform how she actually moved through the world. Chiyo smiled, a smile that held no surprise, only warmth and recognition. "The old vegetable seller is your true teacher today," she said quietly. "She has shown you the difference between knowing about life and actually living it, between understanding the path and walking the path, between studying the Dharma and being the Dharma." Chiyo poured tea for both of them, the simple act done with complete attention, each movement flowing naturally into the next. "You can quote the Diamond Sutra perfectly, explain emptiness with eloquence that impresses everyone who hears you. But tell me, do you know the feel of rain on your skin the way she knows the feel of a ripe radish? Do you know your own breath the way she knows when a vegetable is ready to harvest? You can explain dependent origination, analyze the 12 links of causation, discuss the subtleties of Buddhist philosophy, but do you experience it in the simple act of washing dishes, or walking in the garden, or preparing a meal? She sipped her tea slowly, savoring it. You have been treating Zen as information to acquire rather than as a way to be. There is nothing wrong with study, nothing wrong with understanding the teachings intellectually. Knowledge can be beautiful and valuable, but if that understanding does not transform how you actually live, how you wash a bowl, how you speak to a stranger, how you meet this very moment right here and now, then it is just decoration, beautiful perhaps, impressive certainly, but ultimately lifeless, disconnected from the beating heart of practice. Chiyo set down her teacup and looked at Akane with infinite compassion. The old woman at the market has probably never heard the word mindfulness, probably does not know that it is one of the 7 factors of awakening, probably cannot explain the relationship between mindfulness and wisdom, but she lives mindfulness in every interaction with her vegetables, in every moment of her work. You have heard 1,000 teachings about being present, can explain the importance of presence in multiple philosophical frameworks. But how often are you actually here, fully engaged with what is right in front of you, not lost in thoughts about what you know? She continued, her voice gentle but clear. You know all about non-attachment intellectually. You can explain how clinging creates suffering, how letting go brings freedom. But are you attached to your knowledge, to your identity as someone who understands, to your position as an accomplished student? Can you let go of the need to know, the comfort of understanding, the safety of having everything mapped out in your mind? Akane sat in silence, feeling the weight of these questions settling into her like stones dropped into still water, creating ripples that touched everything. Everything Chiyo was saying was true. She had been hiding in her knowledge, using it to avoid the vulnerability of actual presence, the uncertainty of not knowing, the humility required to meet life directly without the buffer of concepts and theories and frameworks. She had memorized teachings about emptiness, but had not allowed herself to be empty. To not know, to meet experience without immediately categorizing it. She had studied teachings about letting go but was gripping tightly to her intellectual understanding as if it was solid ground in a world of constant change. She had analyzed teachings about being present but was almost never actually present, always thinking about experience rather than experiencing directly. What should I do? Akane asked, and for perhaps the first time since arriving at the monastery, her voice was genuinely humble, stripped of its usual confident tone, open and vulnerable. Live, Chiyo replied simply. Practice with your whole being, not just your mind. When you wash a bowl, wash it with the same complete attention the vegetable seller brings to her radishes, not thinking about washing, not analyzing your experience of washing, not fitting it into your intellectual framework of mindfulness practice, just washing, feeling the water, seeing the bubbles, hearing the sounds, being completely present to this simple act. She paused, allowing space for the teaching to land. When you sit in meditation, do not sit reviewing what you know about meditation, comparing your experience to what the texts say should happen, analyzing whether you are doing it correctly according to your understanding. Just sit. Feel your breath. Notice when your mind wanders. Return. This direct experience is the practice, not your thoughts about the practice. Chiyo stood and walked to the window, looking out at the sea. When you walk, do not walk thinking about the teachings on walking meditation, not mentally noting, stepping while you are lost in your head. Walk. Feel your feet on the earth. Sense your body moving through space. Be the direct experience instead of the one thinking about the experience. She turned back to face Akane, her expression holding both compassion and challenge. And practice not knowing. This might be the hardest thing for you, the most uncomfortable, the most threatening to the identity you have built. You have constructed yourself around knowing, around understanding, around being the one who has the answers, who can explain things, who has mastered the teachings. Practice saying, I do not know. Practice meeting moments without immediately categorizing them according to your learned frameworks, without fitting them into your intellectual map. Practice the beginner's mind that sees everything fresh, as if for the first time. without the dead weight of all your accumulated knowledge. In the months that followed, Akane's practice transformed completely. She did not abandon her studies, but she stopped treating intellectual understanding as the primary practice, as the goal, as the measure of her progress. Instead, she brought full attention to the simple activities of monastery life, discovering that these ordinary actions contained depths she had never imagined. Washing bowls became a meditation more profound than any sitting session where she had been lost in thoughts about profound concepts. She would feel the temperature of the water, adjust it until it was just right. She would notice the weight of the bowl in her hands, the smooth glaze under her fingers. She would see the soap bubbles form and dissolve, hear the quiet sounds of water, feel the satisfaction of seeing something dirty become clean. Each bowl was complete in itself, requiring nothing added, no analysis, no understanding, just complete presence to this simple act. Sweeping the courtyard taught her about impermanence and acceptance in a way that reading about these concepts never had. She would sweep the stones clean, and by evening they would be covered with leaves again. She would sweep again the next morning, and again leaves would fall. At first, her mind wanted to see this as futile, as Sisyphean, as something to be frustrated about, but gradually she began to understand. This was not pointless repetition, this was life itself, constantly changing, nothing staying fixed, everything flowing. The practice was not to sweep once perfectly and have it stay clean forever. The practice was to sweep with complete attention, accepting that leaves would fall again, finding peace not in achieving a permanent result but in being fully present to this moment of sweeping, working in the garden, feeling the soil with her own hands, rather than reading about it in agricultural texts, watching things grow and die and grow again, gave her a visceral understanding of the cycle of existence that no sutra could convey. She learned patience from seeds that took weeks to sprout, learned acceptance from plants that died despite her best care, learned joy from unexpected blooms, learned the deep satisfaction of harvesting food she had tended with her own hands. She began to notice how often her mind wanted to narrate her experience, to understand it, to fit it into her framework of knowledge, to make it mean something in relation to her studies, and she practiced gently setting aside that tendency. Over and over, thousands of times, returning to direct experience. Not the thought about walking, but the actual sensation of walking. Not the concept of taste, but the actual taste of tea in her mouth. Not the idea of breath, but the actual feeling of air moving in and out of her body. Something remarkable happened as Akane stopped living in her head and began living in direct experience. She became more genuinely helpful to others in a way she had never been before. Previously, when people came to her with questions or struggles, she would give them technically correct answers from her vast knowledge. She would quote sutras, explain teachings, offer analysis, and these answers were accurate, impressive even, but they often felt cold, detached, more about displaying her understanding than truly meeting the person in front of her. Now she could meet people where they actually were, respond to what they truly needed rather than what the textbook said they should need. Her wisdom became warm, accessible, human, grounded in lived experience rather than abstract understanding. When someone came to her confused about their practice, she did not quote teachings at them. She shared her own struggles, her own journey from intellectual understanding to embodied wisdom, speaking from her heart rather than from her accumulated knowledge. One day, years later, Akane was working in the market during the monastery's regular service day, helping to sell vegetables they had grown in their garden. And there, moving slowly among the stalls, was the old woman who had been her unexpected teacher so many years before. The woman was very elderly now, bent with age, moving carefully, but still present to her work in that same complete way. When she saw Akane, her weathered face lit up with recognition and delight. "You came back," she said simply, her voice thin but warm. "And you have changed. Before you were somewhere else, always thinking about somewhere else, always in your head. Now you are here. I can feel it. You are actually here." Akane bowed deeply, feeling tears spring to her eyes, gratitude flowing through her like water. "You were my teacher," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "You showed me that Zen is not about what you know but about how you live. You showed me the difference between understanding the path and walking the path. Thank you. Thank you for that gift." The old woman laughed. A sound like bells, like water over stones, like wind through leaves. "I showed you nothing. I just told you about my vegetables. You saw for yourself what needed to be seen. You learned through your own direct experience, through your own practice, through your own transformation. That is the only real teaching, the only real learning, the one you discover for yourself, not the one someone else tells you about." She reached out and took Akane's hand, her grip surprisingly strong. "Everything else is just pointing at the moon, just fingers directing your attention. You finally stopped staring at all those fingers, stopped collecting more and more elaborate explanations and maps and frameworks. You looked at the moon itself. You tasted life directly instead of reading recipes. This is wisdom. This teaching about the difference between intellectual understanding and embodied wisdom, between knowing about life and living life, is crucial for anyone walking a spiritual path. We can read every book ever written about meditation, attend every teaching, memorize every sutra, study with the greatest masters. We can become experts in Buddhist philosophy, scholars of the Dharma, walking encyclopedias of spiritual knowledge, and still miss the point entirely if we treat the teachings as information to collect, rather than as invitations to transform how we actually live. The purpose of Zen teachings, of all genuine spiritual teachings, is not to make you knowledgeable. The purpose is to make you free. And freedom comes not from understanding concepts about freedom, not from accumulating knowledge about liberation, but from directly experiencing the liberation that is available when you are fully present to life as it actually is, not as you think it should be, not as the books say it should be, but exactly as it is, right here, right now. As you rest here, breathing naturally, notice if there is a difference between thinking about resting and actually resting, between the concept of peace and the direct experience of peace. You do not need to understand peace. You do not need to know things about peace, to have a framework for peace, to fit peace into your intellectual understanding. You can simply be peace. Simply rest in the direct experience of this moment, this breath, this sensation of your body settling deeper into stillness with each passing moment. This is not something to understand. This is something to be. Let go of trying to figure it out, trying to get it right, trying to understand what is happening. Just be here, breathing, aware, present. This is enough. This has always been enough. Our third story takes us to a monastery in the northern mountains, where winters were harsh and long, where snow would sometimes pile so high it covered the first floor windows, where the cold could penetrate even the thickest robes. Here lived a monk named Kenji, who was known throughout the monastery for his terrible temper, his quick anger, his inability to maintain any semblance of patience when things went wrong. Small frustrations would set him off like sparks to dry kindling. When the meditation hall was too cold, he would complain bitterly to anyone who would listen, criticizing the monastery's management, declaring that proper practice was impossible in such conditions. When his meals were not to his liking, bland or cold or simply not what he had hoped for, he would glare at the kitchen workers with barely contained rage, sometimes even refusing to eat. When other monks made noise during silent periods, when someone coughed during meditation, or shuffled their feet or breathed too loudly, he would turn and stare with such intensity that the offender would shrink under his gaze. Kenji knew his anger was a problem. He was not blind to his own reactivity, his own suffering. He had studied all the teachings about patience and equanimity, could explain perfectly the Buddhist understanding of how anger arises from attachment and aversion, how it creates suffering for oneself and others, how it is like drinking poison and expecting someone else to die. He could recite the Dhammapada's verses about anger, could discuss the paramita of patience with scholarly precision, but understanding the teachings about anger did nothing whatsoever to stop the anger from arising. If anything, knowing intellectually that he should not be angry made him even more frustrated when anger came, creating a second layer of suffering on top of the original irritation. Now he was not just angry about the cold or the bad food or the noise. He was also angry at himself for being angry, judging himself as a failed practitioner, someone who understood the teachings but could not embody them. One winter, A traveling monk named Genzo came to stay at the monastery. Genzo was very old, his back bent from decades of practice, his movements slow and deliberate. He had been practicing for over 60 years, wandering from temple to temple, never staying anywhere long, owning nothing but his robes and his begging bowl. Though he held no official position and gave no formal teachings, people sensed something profound in his presence, something that went beyond words or titles or accomplishments. There was a quality of unshakable peace about Genzo, as if nothing in the external world could disturb the deep stillness he carried within him like a mountain carries silence. Kenji watched him carefully, studying him the way a scholar studies a text, looking for some sign of what made this old monk so peaceful. He noticed that Genzo never seemed irritated or frustrated, even when circumstances were genuinely difficult. When the meditation hall was freezing cold, so cold that most monks were shivering and miserable, Genzo sat without any visible discomfort, his face serene, his posture steady. When the food was particularly bland or unappetizing, he ate with what appeared to be genuine contentment, as if he were being served a feast. When disruptions occurred during meditation, when someone would make noise or move around, Genzo simply continued his practice without even the slightest flicker of annoyance crossing his weathered face. One evening, after a particularly difficult day where everything had seemed to go wrong and Kenji's anger had been triggered repeatedly, where he had lost his temper 3 separate times and was now drowning in shame and self-judgment, he approached Genzo. The old monk was sitting quietly in a corner of the common room, simply sitting, not reading, not doing anything, just being present. "Teacher," Kenji said, bowing deeply, "I need to ask you something. I watch you, and you never seem angry. You never seem frustrated. Nothing ever appears to bother you. I have struggled with anger my entire life. I have studied all the teachings. I understand why anger is harmful. I know I should not be angry, but the anger keeps coming anyway, sometimes stronger than ever. What is your secret? What practice do you do to eliminate anger? How did you achieve this peace?" Genzo looked at Kenji with eyes that held infinite kindness, eyes that had seen so much suffering and met it all with compassion, and said something that shocked Kenji completely, something that contradicted everything Kenji thought he knew about spiritual practice. "I do not eliminate anger," Genzo said simply, his voice quiet but clear. "Anger still arises in me." Kenji felt confusion wash over him like cold water. "But teacher, I have never seen you angry. I have never seen you even slightly irritated, even when there were clear reasons to be upset. How can you say anger still arises?" Genzo smiled, a smile that held both amusement and deep understanding. "That is because when anger arises, I do not add anything to it. I do not add the story that I should not be angry. I do not add the judgment that anger means I am a bad practitioner. I do not add the belief that something is wrong with me for feeling this way. I simply feel the anger as it is, the raw sensation, direct and immediate, without the layers of story and judgment and resistance that turn a simple arising emotion into prolonged suffering." He gestured for Kenji to sit beside him, patting the floor with his weathered hand. "Let me explain something that might change everything for you. When something happens that your system finds unpleasant, the cold, the bad food, the disruption, the noise, the body responds automatically with a cascade of sensations. Heat rising in your chest, tension forming in your jaw and shoulders, energy mobilizing as if to fight or flee. This is not a problem. This is not wrong. This is not something you should be ashamed of. This is just the body's natural response to perceived threat or discomfort. Millions of years of evolution doing what evolution designed it to do." Genzo paused, allowing his words to settle. "We call this anger when it reaches a certain intensity, when it manifests with particular qualities, but the anger itself, the raw sensation before we add any story to it, lasts perhaps 10 seconds, maybe 20 if we do not feed it with our thoughts. That is all, 10 or 20 seconds of uncomfortable sensation, and then it begins to fade naturally, like a wave that rises, crests, and falls back into the ocean." He held up his hand, his fingers gnarled and bent with age. "But what do we usually do? The sensation arises, that heat in the chest, that tension in the body, and immediately Immediately, faster than thought, the mind jumps in with its commentary. This is unfair. This should not be happening. People are so inconsiderate. I have every right to be angry. If only things were different. If only people would do what they should do, then I would not feel this way. And with each of these thoughts, we throw fuel on the fire. We take a brief arising of uncomfortable sensation and turn it into a raging storm that can last for hours, for days, for years, even for lifetimes. Kenji listened intently, recognizing himself completely in this description. His anger never lasted just a few seconds. It would build and build as he replayed the offense in his mind, justified his irritation to himself, imagined confrontations, rehearsed all the reasons why his anger was righteous and deserved. He could stay angry about something for days, weeks even, feeding it constantly with his thoughts. So what do you do differently? Kenji asked, leaning forward, desperate to understand this teaching that might finally free him from the prison of his own reactivity. When anger arises, Genzo said, his voice calm and steady as deep water, I feel it completely. I notice the heat in my chest, the tightness in my throat, the tension in my jaw and shoulders, the clenching of my fists. I notice the energy that wants to mobilize, that wants to act, that wants to strike out or defend or flee. I acknowledge it silently. Anger is here, but I do not believe the stories my mind wants to tell about the anger. I do not justify it or analyze it or judge it. I do not feed it with thoughts about how things should be different. I simply feel the raw sensation, which is actually quite interesting if you meet it with curiosity rather than resistance. He shifted slightly, settling more deeply into his seat. And here is what I have discovered through decades of practice. Through meeting anger this way, thousands upon thousands of times, when you feel anger without adding fuel to it, when you experience it as pure sensation rather than as a story about how wrong everything is, it moves through you quickly like a wave passing through water. It arises, gathering energy and intensity. It peaks, reaching its maximum strength. And then it passes, dissolving back into the ocean of awareness from which it arose, leaving hardly a trace. Genzo looked directly at Kenji, with eyes that seemed to see through all pretense, all defensiveness, straight to the suffering heart beneath. In its wake, you might still need to address the situation that triggered the anger. You might need to communicate a boundary, solve a problem, make a change. But you can do this from clarity, rather than from the distorted perception that comes when you are lost in the stories anger tells. You can respond to what is actually needed, rather than reacting from the narrative your mind has constructed about how wrong everything is. Kenji sat in silence, feeling something beginning to shift in his understanding, like tectonic plates moving deep beneath the surface. But teacher, does this not require tremendous effort, tremendous discipline? How do you have the strength to feel anger without getting swept away by it? Genzo chuckled softly. This is the beautiful paradox. It requires no effort at all. Or rather, it requires far less effort than what you have been doing. What you have been doing, fighting with your anger, trying to suppress it or control it or eliminate it, judging yourself for having it, creating elaborate narratives about it. This is exhausting. This takes enormous energy. What I am suggesting is actually much simpler. Just feel what is there. Just notice the sensation. No fighting, no controlling, no judging, just direct experience. He continued, when you are in a storm at sea, you do not make the storm more dangerous by fighting against the waves. You make it more dangerous. The skillful sailor does not try to stop the storm or pretend it is not happening. The skillful sailor acknowledges the storm, adjusts their sails, stays present to what is actually needed moment by moment, and allows the storm to pass in its own time. Anger is like this storm. It arises from conditions. It has a natural lifespan, and it will pass. Your job is not to make it pass faster through force of will. Your job is to not make it last longer by feeding it with your thoughts. Kenji began to practice what Genzo had taught him, and at first it was extraordinarily difficult. His habitual pattern was so deeply grooved, worn into his nervous system by years and years of repetition. When anger arose, his mind would immediately leap to justification and storytelling, to analysis and judgment, to the elaborate narrative about why this anger was completely justified and reasonable. But he practiced catching himself in the act, noticing when the mind was adding fuel to the fire of sensation, and gently, without judgment of the judging, returning to the direct experience in his body, the heat, the tension, the energy, just that, without the story about it. The first few times he tried this, he was amazed, almost shocked, at what he discovered. The raw sensation of anger without all the mental elaboration, without all the story and justification and analysis, was not nearly as overwhelming or all-consuming as he had believed it to be. It was intense, yes. It was uncomfortable, certainly, but it was also temporary, impermanent, constantly changing, already beginning to dissolve even as it arose. When he stopped feeding it with thoughts about how unfair everything was, how wrong other people were, how justified his anger was, the anger would arise like a wave-gathering force. It would crest with intensity that made his whole body feel alive, with energy, and then it would naturally subside, usually within 30 seconds to a minute, leaving him clear and present rather than lost in reactivity. But more than that, Kenji began to notice something else, something even more profound. Beneath the anger, underneath the heat and tension and mobilized energy, there was often something more vulnerable, something more tender and true. Sometimes it was fear, fear of not being in control, fear of being hurt, fear of things not being okay. Sometimes it was hurt, the pain of feeling unseen or unheard or uncared for. Sometimes it was simply exhaustion, physical tiredness or hunger, making him more reactive to things that would not normally bother him. The anger, he began to understand, was like a protective layer over something more vulnerable, a defense mechanism trying to keep him safe from feeling something that seemed too difficult to bear. When he could be present with the anger without feeding it, without getting lost in its stories, he could also sense what lay beneath it, and often what lay beneath needed something completely different than what anger wanted to do. One day, several months into practicing this new way of meeting his anger, Kenji was in the meditation hall when a young monk came in late, making considerable noise as he tried to settle into his seat, knocking over his cushion, fumbling with his robes, breathing heavily from having rushed. The old Kenji would have been consumed with righteous anger, glaring at the young monk with such intensity that the poor man would have felt it like a physical blow, stewing in irritation for the rest of the sitting period and probably for hours afterward, perhaps even confronting him later with harsh words about respect and discipline. But this time, Kenji noticed the anger arise just as it always had. The heat in his chest, the tension in his shoulders, the critical thoughts beginning to form like storm clouds gathering on the horizon, and he simply felt it. He did not resist it or fight it or judge himself for it. He did not add the thought "I should not be angry" to the anger that was already present. He just experienced the sensation, watching it with curiosity, meeting it with gentle attention the way you might watch clouds moving across the sky. The sensation moved through him like a wave, rising and cresting and falling, and it passed. And in the space that opened up after it passed, something else arose naturally, without any effort or forcing. He could see the young monk more clearly now, not through the distorting lens of anger, but with simple, direct perception. He saw someone who was probably embarrassed about being late, someone who was clearly trying his best to be quiet despite his clumsiness, someone who was just another human being struggling to practice, just like Kenji himself, just like everyone in this hall. After the sitting period ended, Kenji approached the young monk, who immediately began to apologize profusely, his face flushed with shame, clearly expecting criticism or punishment. But instead of the lecture the young monk was bracing himself for, instead of the harsh words he had experienced from Kenji so many times before, Kenji simply smiled and said with genuine warmth, "It happens. The path is not about being perfect. It is about showing up again and again, even when we are late, even when we make mistakes, even when we make noise. I am glad you came. Your presence here matters more than whether you arrived on time." The young monk looked stunned, his eyes widening in surprise, clearly not knowing how to respond to this kindness from someone who had always been so critical. and Kenji walked away feeling something he had rarely experienced in all his years at the monastery, a sense of lightness, of freedom, of genuine warmth toward another human being. He had not suppressed his anger. He had not forced himself to be kind through gritted teeth, through sheer willpower, through spiritual ambition. He had simply allowed the anger to be what it was, a temporary arising sensation. And in the space that opened up when it passed, natural compassion had emerged on its own, the way flowers bloom naturally when conditions are right, without anyone forcing them to open. Over time, Kenji's entire demeanor changed in ways that everyone around him could feel. He did not become someone who never felt anger. Anger still arose regularly, triggered by the same kinds of things it had always been triggered by, but he was no longer controlled by it, no longer enslaved by it, no longer lost in its stories and justifications and endless rumination. He had found a way to feel anger fully while not being consumed by it, to experience the energy of anger without acting from anger. People began to notice the transformation. Where once Kenji had been tense and irritable, quick to criticize, radiating a kind of hostile energy that made others uncomfortable, now he carried a quality of ease, of spaciousness, of genuine warmth. Where once he had been the first to complain about any difficulty, now he met challenges with equanimity, accepting what could not be changed while taking skillful action where action was appropriate. Where once his presence had made the whole monastery feel heavier, now he lightened the atmosphere wherever he went. Before Genzo left the monastery to continue his wandering, Kenji sought him out to express his gratitude. "Teacher," he said, bowing deeply, "you have given me a gift beyond measure. Not freedom from anger, but freedom from being enslaved by anger. You have shown me the difference between feeling an emotion and becoming that emotion, between experiencing anger and being controlled by it." Genzo smiled, his weathered face creasing with warmth and recognition. "You gave yourself that freedom through your own practice, through your own willingness to meet your experience differently. I only pointed at something you discovered through direct experience, through practicing again and again, through meeting anger in a new way thousands of times, until it became natural. This is the only way real change happens. Not through understanding concepts about change, not through knowing intellectually what you should do, but through actually doing it differently, again and again and again, until the new way becomes more natural than the old way." He placed both hands on Kenji's shoulders, a gesture of acknowledgement and blessing. "Remember, this practice is never finished. You will still get angry. You will still sometimes get swept away by the stories. You will still feed the anger and make it last longer than necessary. This is part of being human. The difference now is that you know the way back. You know how to return to direct experience when you notice you have been lost in story. And each time you return, the pattern weakens a little more. The habit loses a little more power, until one day you might find that anger arises and passes so quickly you barely notice it, like a brief cloud passing across the sun. This teaching about working with difficult emotions, about meeting anger without feeding it or fighting it, is one of the most practical and life-changing teachings in all of Buddhist practice. We often think the goal of spiritual practice is to eliminate difficult emotions, to become someone who never feels anger or fear or sadness, to transcend the messiness of human experience and become some kind of perfectly peaceful being who floats above the fray of ordinary life. But this is not the path that Buddhism teaches. The path is not about eliminating emotions, but about transforming our relationship to them, learning to feel them fully without being controlled by them, experiencing them as sensations arising and passing rather than as solid truths about reality. When we can feel anger without the story about anger, when we can experience fear without the narrative about fear, these emotions move through us naturally like weather passing through the sky. They still arise, yes. This is part of being human, part of having a nervous system that responds to perceived threats and challenges, but they no longer define us, no longer imprison us, no longer create unnecessary suffering on top of the inevitable discomfort of being alive in a world where things do not always go the way we want. As you lie here breathing, can you notice if there is any emotion present right now in your body? Perhaps there is some anxiety about not falling asleep quickly enough, some frustration with thoughts that keep arising, some worry about tomorrow, some tension about something that happened today. Can you practice what Genzo taught Kenji? Simply feel the sensation of whatever emotion might be present in your body, without adding the story about why you feel this way, without judging yourself for feeling it, without trying to make it go away or analyzing what it means. Just the raw sensation, the tightness in your chest if anxiety is present, the heat if frustration is there, the heaviness if sadness sits in you. Just that, without the elaborate story your mind wants to construct around it. Notice how the sensation has a beginning, a middle, and an end. Notice how it is always changing, never solid or permanent, always in motion like everything else in this universe. Notice how you can hold it in awareness without becoming it, the way the sky holds clouds without being changed by them. This is not suppressing emotion. This is meeting emotion with clear, compassionate awareness, rather than getting lost in the stories emotions tell. Let whatever is here be here. Feel it fully, and notice how it moves and changes and eventually passes, making room for the next moment, the next breath, the next sensation. Everything passes, everything changes. This too shall pass. Our fourth story takes us to a small coastal village where a woodcarver named Masa had spent his entire life perfecting his craft. He was renowned throughout the region for his exquisite work, his ability to carve animals so lifelike they seemed ready to leap from the wood, his Buddha statues that radiated peace, his decorative screens that wealthy families would pay enormous sums to own. Masa took immense pride in his skill, his craftsmanship, his reputation, his entire identity, his sense of worth, his understanding of who he was in the world. All of it was built on being a master craftsman, on creating perfect works, on receiving recognition and admiration for his artistry. When people praised his work, he felt valuable and worthy. When someone criticized even the smallest detail, he would feel wounded for days. But as Masa grew older, as the years accumulated like rings in a tree, something began to change in his body that filled him with terror. His hands began to shake. It was subtle at first, barely noticeable. A slight tremor when he held his carving knife at certain angles. He told himself it was nothing, just fatigue, just the result of working too long without rest. He tried to ignore it, tried to work through it, tried to will it away through sheer determination. But the shaking gradually worsened, becoming more pronounced, more constant, more impossible to hide or deny. His carvings began to show imperfections he could not control, could not correct no matter how hard he tried. Lines that should have been smooth became slightly jagged. Details that required precise control became blurred. The perfection he had achieved through decades of practice was slipping away, and he was powerless to stop it. Masa fell into despair so deep it felt like drowning. If he could not carve perfectly, who was he? His entire life had been built on this skill, this ability, this identity as a master craftsman. Without it, what value did he have? What was his purpose? What reason was there to continue living if the one thing that made him worthwhile was being taken from him? He stopped taking commissions, unable to bear the thought of producing work that was less than perfect. He stopped working altogether, sitting in his workshop surrounded by half-finished pieces and tools that now felt like instruments of torture rather than extension of his will. He would stare at his shaking hands with hatred and grief, feeling betrayed by his own body, feeling as if life itself had turned against him. One day, a Zen master named Hakuun was passing through the village and heard about Masa's situation from concerned neighbors who had noticed the once vibrant craftsman withdrawing from life, his workshop silent, his spirit clearly broken. Hakuun came to visit, knocking gently on the workshop door, and something about the old master's quiet persistence made Masa open the door despite his desire to hide from the world. Hakuun entered the workshop and looked around at the beautiful carvings that filled every surface. The tools arranged with precision, the half-finished pieces gathering dust like abandoned dreams. "Show me your hands," he said simply, without preamble or social pleasantries. Masa held out his hands, and they trembled visibly, the shake that had destroyed his life on full display. He felt shame wash over him like cold water, his face flushing with embarrassment. "These hands have betrayed me," he said, his voice bitter with resentment and grief. "They were everything to me, my whole life, my whole worth. And now they are useless, broken, worthless." Hakun took Masa's shaking hands in his own steady ones and held them gently, as if they were something precious rather than something damaged. "These hands have not betrayed you," he said quietly, his voice holding both firmness and infinite compassion. "They are simply changing. Everything changes. This is the nature of all conditioned things. Your hands were once a child's hands, small and clumsy, unable to hold a carving knife properly. Then they became a young man's hands, strong and precise, capable of creating beauty. Now they are becoming an old man's hands, shaking, less controllable. They have not betrayed you. They are simply being what hands are in this season of your life." He released Masa's hands and walked to one of the finished carvings, a Buddha statue with perfectly smooth lines and exquisite detail, technically flawless in every way. "This is beautiful," Hakun said, studying it carefully. "But it is also cold. It is so perfect it feels distant, untouchable, not quite human. It does not show the person who made it. It shows only technical mastery, only perfect control, but nothing of your heart, nothing of your humanity, nothing of the vulnerability that makes us real." He picked up one of the half-finished pieces, one where Masa's tremor had created slightly irregular lines, where the imperfection was clearly visible, where the shaking hands had left their mark. "This," Hakun said, holding it up to the light, "this has warmth, this has life, this has humanity. It shows the vulnerability of the maker. It tells a truth that the perfect pieces cannot tell, the truth that beauty and imperfection are not opposites, that the marks of our humanness are not flaws to hide but qualities that make art authentic, that make it real, that allow it to touch hearts." Masa felt anger rising in him like bile. "You are patronizing me," he said, unable to keep the bitterness from his voice. "You are telling me my weakness is actually strength, my failure is actually success. This is just a way to make me feel better about losing my ability. It is not true. It is just kind words to soothe a broken man." Hakun shook his head, his expression remaining gentle but firm. "I am not patronizing you, Masa. I am pointing at a truth you cannot see because you have been so attached to one narrow definition of value, one limited understanding of what makes something worthy. You have believed that your worth comes from perfect control, from technical mastery, from meeting an ideal of flawlessness. But this belief has been a prison. It has made you afraid of being human, afraid of change, afraid of anything that does not match your idea of perfection." He sat down on a workbench, settling in as if he had all the time in the world, gesturing for Masa to join him. "Let me tell you a story. Many years ago, there was a potter who created vessels of such perfect symmetry, such flawless form, that they were considered masterpieces. Every curve was exact, every surface smooth, every proportion mathematically perfect. People admired them greatly, displayed them in their homes like trophies." Hakun paused, letting the story settle. But one day, his pottery wheel broke, and while waiting for it to be repaired, he tried making pots by hand, without the mechanical precision of the wheel. These pots were asymmetrical, irregular, marked by his fingerprints and the natural movement of his hands. He was deeply embarrassed by them, considered them failures, mistakes not worthy of being seen. But when he showed them to his teacher, the teacher said something that changed everything. "These are the first pots you have made that show your heart. The perfect ones show only your skill, only your technical ability. But these imperfect ones, these show who you are. These have soul." The potter began to see his work differently after that. He understood that perfection can be cold, can create distance, while imperfection can be warm, can create connection. Masa sat in silence, feeling something working its way into him, some truth trying to break through the wall of his resistance. He wanted to reject what Hakun was saying, wanted to cling to his belief that only perfection had value. But something deeper in him recognized the truth in these words, recognized that his attachment to perfection had indeed been a kind of prison, Hakuun continued, his voice soft but clear. You have shown your skill for many years, Masa. You have proven your technical mastery beyond any doubt. Everyone knows you are a craftsman of the highest level. But now you have an opportunity to show something deeper, something more valuable than technical skill. Your humanity, your vulnerability, your acceptance of imperfection. If you can work with these shaking hands, not fighting them, not trying to force them to be steady, but accepting them and incorporating their natural movement into your art, you might create something more profound than anything you made when you had perfect control. He stood and walked to where Masa's carving knives lay unused, picking one up and examining it. The real question is not whether others will accept your new work or reject it. Some will prefer your old style, will want the perfection they have come to expect from you. This is their preference and you cannot control it. The real question is whether you can accept yourself as you actually are, not as you once were, not as you wish you could be, but as you are right now in this moment. Can you be an old man with shaking hands and still have worth? Can you create imperfect things and still have dignity? Can you let go of your attachment to one narrow version of yourself and discover that you are so much more than your perfect technique ever was? After Hakuun left, Masa sat for a long time in his workshop, the old master's words echoing in the silence. Finally, slowly, hesitantly, he picked up a piece of wood and his carving knife. His hands shook as they always did now, the tremor that had become his constant companion, his greatest enemy. But instead of fighting the shake, instead of trying to force steadiness through sheer will, he began to carve with the shake, letting it become part of the work, allowing the natural movement of his hands to guide the knife. The lines that emerged were different from anything he had created before. They had a quality of movement, of spontaneity, of life that his perfectly controlled carvings had never possessed. They were not perfect, but they were alive in a way his perfect work had never been. There was something honest about them, something vulnerable, something deeply human. Over the following months, Masa created a new body of work. Some pieces still bore traces of his old precision in certain areas where he could momentarily steady his hands, combined now with the natural movement of his tremor in others. Some pieces were entirely new in style, embracing asymmetry and irregularity as essential elements rather than flaws to be corrected or hidden. He carved with acceptance rather than resistance, with curiosity rather than shame, with a willingness to see where this new way of working might lead, rather than mourning what had been lost. Each piece became an exploration, a discovery, a conversation between his intention and his body's reality. When he finally began showing his new work, reactions were exactly as Hakuun had predicted they would be: mixed, divided. Some people preferred his older style and were disappointed by the change. They wanted the Masa they had known, the master of technical perfection, and they could not see value in this new direction. They saw only decline, only the loss of what had been. But others were deeply moved by the new work in a way they had never been moved by his perfect carvings. They saw something in these pieces that touched their hearts rather than just impressing their eyes. They saw honesty, vulnerability, courage. They saw someone who had faced loss and limitation and found a way to create beauty anyway. Perhaps even deeper beauty than before. One person who bought several of his new pieces said something that Masa would carry with him for the rest of his life. Words that healed something deep within him that he had not even known was wounded. "Your old work was admirable," the person said, examining one of the new carvings with reverence. "It was technically perfect, flawless in execution, but it did not touch my heart. It was too perfect, too distant, too removed from the messiness of being human." The person held up the carving, turning it slowly in the light. "But these new pieces, with their irregularities and their imperfections and their humanity, they speak to me in a way nothing else ever has. They remind me that beauty does not require perfection, that there is something precious and valuable in accepting what is, rather than demanding what should be. When I look at these carvings, I feel less alone in my own imperfections. I feel seen in my own struggles. I feel hope that I too can create something beautiful even with my limitations." Masa realized in that moment that Hakuun had been right about everything. He had not lost his ability to contribute, to create, to offer something valuable to the world. He had only lost one narrow version of himself, a version that had actually been limiting him in ways he had never recognized. His new work came from a deeper place, from acceptance rather than control, from embracing reality rather than fighting it, from working with what is rather than demanding what should be. And paradoxically, in letting go of his attachment to perfection, in accepting his limitations, in allowing his imperfect humanity to show through his work, he had become a better artist. Not technically better, perhaps. His shaking hands would never produce the flawless lines his steady young hands once could, but better in a way that mattered more. His work now touched people's hearts and not just their eyes. It spoke to something deeper than technical admiration. It connected with the human experience of living in imperfect bodies, of facing loss and limitation, of finding beauty anyway. Years later, when Masa was very old and his hands shook even more, when his back was bent and his eyes were failing and creating art had become truly difficult, he would tell young craftspeople who came to study with him something he had learned the hard way, something he wished he had understood decades earlier. Do not wait until circumstances force you to accept imperfection, he would say, his voice thin with age but strong with conviction. Begin now practicing the art of working with what is rather than demanding what should be. Begin now discovering that your limitations are not obstacles to creativity, but invitations to create in new ways, to discover capacities you did not know you had, to express yourself through constraints rather than despite them. He would gesture to his shaking hands, to his bent back, to all the ways his body had changed. The path of true mastery is not about achieving perfect control and then maintaining it forever. That is impossible. Everything changes. Bodies age, abilities shift, circumstances evolve. The path of true mastery is learning to create, to express, to give your gifts even as you change, even as you age, even as conditions shift in ways you cannot predict or prevent. This is the difference between a skill and a way, he would continue. A skill requires specific conditions to function. A skill says, I can only create when my hands are steady, when conditions are perfect, when I have all the tools and abilities I think I need. But a way adapts, flows, continues regardless of conditions, because it comes from something deeper than technique. A way says, I will find a way to express what wants to be expressed, using whatever I have available, working with reality as it is, rather than waiting for it to be different. This teaching about accepting change and finding value beyond perfection, about discovering that our limitations can become sources of creativity rather than just obstacles to overcome, is essential for anyone seeking peace in a world where nothing stays the same. We build our identities on conditions that are inherently temporary. Youth, health, strength, beauty, particular skills, certain roles, specific abilities. And when these conditions change, as they inevitably must, as everything must because change is the fundamental nature of existence, we experience it as loss, as failure, as the end of our value. But Zen points to something deeper than any temporary condition, any particular ability, any specific configuration of circumstances. Your worth is not in your abilities. Your value is not in your youth, or your health, or your strength, or your perfection. You are valuable simply because you exist, because you are here, because consciousness experiences itself through your particular form, because you are an expression of the infinite expressing itself in finite form. When you understand this, really understand it, not just intellectually, but in your bones, in your cells, in the depths of your being, change becomes less terrifying. You can let go of versions of yourself that no longer fit without feeling like you are losing everything. You can adapt to new circumstances, work with new limitations, discover new capacities, all while knowing that what you truly are, your fundamental nature, has not changed and cannot change because it was never dependent on conditions in the first place. You are not your abilities. You are not your youth. You are not your health. You are not any temporary condition. You are the awareness that witnesses all conditions, the consciousness that remains regardless of what form it takes, the presence that is here before any particular quality arises and remains after any particular quality fades. As you breathe here in the darkness, Can you practice accepting yourself exactly as you are right now? Not as you were yesterday, not as you hope to be tomorrow, but as you actually are in this moment, with whatever aches or pains are in your body, with whatever limitations you currently face, with whatever imperfections you carry, with whatever you judge as not good enough about yourself. Can you meet yourself with the same gentle acceptance that Hakun offered Masa? Not as a way of giving up on growth or change, not as resignation or defeat, but as the foundation from which real growth becomes possible. When we stop fighting what is, when we stop demanding that we be different before we can have worth, we discover a peace that is not dependent on conditions being a certain way. We discover that we are already enough, have always been enough, will always be enough. Nothing needs to be added to make you worthy of rest. Nothing needs to be achieved to make you valuable. Nothing needs to be perfected to make you whole. You are already whole, exactly as you are, right here, right now, in this moment. Rest in this recognition. Let it settle into you like water soaking into earth. You are enough. Our fifth story takes us deep into mountains so remote that travelers rarely ventured there, where a monastery stood that followed the strictest interpretation of Zen discipline. Here lived a young monk named Taro, who took the rules and regulations more seriously than anyone else in the community. He was the model student, the perfect practitioner, someone who followed every rule with absolute precision. Taro woke at exactly the prescribed time each morning, not a minute earlier or later. He meditated for exactly the required hours, sitting in perfect posture, following the form with meticulous attention. He ate exactly what was served without preference or complaint, measuring each bite, chewing the prescribed number of times. He spoke only when permitted, maintained silence when required, moved through his days with rigid adherence to every regulation no matter how minor. He followed the schedule perfectly, never deviating, never making exceptions, treating each rule as if it were sacred law that could not be bent or broken under any circumstances. And he looked down on monks who were less disciplined, who sometimes slept a few minutes late, who laughed during work periods when they should have been silent, who seemed to approach practice with less rigidity, less seriousness, less absolute commitment to form. One day, a very old monk named Sojin arrived at the monastery. Sojin was famous throughout the region, though not for his discipline or strict adherence to rules. He was known as the Free One, a monk who lived very simply in a small hut, wrote poetry, played with village children, and seemed to follow no particular schedule or system at all. Yet masters spoke of him with profound respect, and people sought his wisdom from distant provinces. Taro was deeply skeptical when the abbot assigned him to attend to Sogen during his visit. How could someone so apparently undisciplined, so lacking in rigor, so seemingly casual about practice, be considered a true practitioner? How could someone who followed no rules possibly have anything of value to teach? Taro was determined to show Sojin what real practice looked like, to demonstrate through his own perfect adherence to form what spiritual discipline truly meant. That first morning, Taro woke at the prescribed time and went to wake Sogen for morning meditation in the hall. But when he reached Sojin's room, he found the old monk already awake, sitting by the window, watching the sunrise with such complete absorption that Taro found himself stopping in his tracks, his prepared words dying on his lips. Sojin was not in the meditation hall where he should have been. He was not sitting in the proper posture prescribed for Zazen. He was simply gazing at the dawn light, breaking over the mountains with a presence so total, so complete, that the room itself seemed to hold its breath around him. "Master Sogen," Taro finally managed to say, unable to keep the judgment from his voice, "should you not be in the meditation hall? Morning meditation is in the hall, sitting in proper posture, following the prescribed form. This is the schedule." Sojin turned to look at him, his ancient face creasing in a smile that held no defensiveness, no explanation, only warmth. "Ah, but I am meditating. I am sitting with the dawn. Is this not practice?" Taro felt his confusion deepen, felt the foundations of his certainty beginning to crack. "But there is a schedule. Morning meditation is in the hall, sitting in proper posture, following the prescribed form. This is how it is done. This is the discipline, and is the purpose of the schedule to follow the schedule." Sojin asked gently, still smiling. Or is the purpose of the schedule to support awakening, to create conditions for presence, to help us remember what we truly are? If I am already awake to this moment, already fully present to this experience of dawn breaking over mountains, already completely here without distraction or division, what would sitting in the hall add? Would it make this moment more sacred? Would it make me more present than I already am? Taro had no answer. Everything in his training, everything he had built his identity around, told him that Sojin was wrong, that form mattered above all else, that discipline was essential, that following the rules was the path itself. But something in the old monk's presence contradicted all of this. There was a quality of freedom, of genuine peace, of authentic awakening that Taro had not encountered in all his years of rigid practice. Throughout that day, Taro continued to be confused and somewhat scandalized by Sogen's behavior. During the work period, while other monks labored in disciplined silence as the rules required, Sogen sang quietly to himself, clearly delighted by the simple task of sweeping leaves, his voice carrying a melody that seemed to come from pure joy. During meals, while Taro ate with perfect mindfulness and careful neutrality, showing no preferences as he had been taught, Sogen openly expressed delight when he tasted something particularly good, making small sounds of appreciation, savoring each bite with obvious pleasure. During the afternoon rest period, instead of doing additional practice as Taro always did, using every spare moment to accumulate more merit, more progress, more spiritual accomplishment, Sojin simply napped without any apparent guilt or concern about wasting precious time. That evening, Taro could no longer contain himself. The contradiction between what he believed practice should look like and what he was witnessing had become unbearable. "Forgive me, Master Sogen," he said, his voice tight with frustration. "But I do not understand. You do not follow the schedule. You do not maintain rigorous discipline. You seem to do whatever you feel like doing, following your own whims rather than the established form. How is this practice? How is this the path to enlightenment?" Sojin set down the tea he had been drinking and looked at Taro with eyes that held infinite kindness. Eyes that had seen this struggle countless times. Eyes that understood the suffering of someone imprisoned by their own perfectionism. "Tell me, Taro," he said softly, "why do you practice so hard? Why do you follow every rule so perfectly? What are you seeking?" "To achieve enlightenment," Taro replied, as if this were the most obvious thing in the world. "Of course, and what is enlightenment?" Sojin asked, his voice inviting genuine inquiry rather than rote answers. Taro recited what he had been taught, the words he had memorized, the definition he had learned. Enlightenment is freedom from suffering. It is liberation from the cycle of birth and death. It is the realization of one's true nature. It is awakening to ultimate reality. "And do you feel free?" Sogen asked quietly, the question landing like a stone dropped into still water, the ripples spreading outward to touch everything. The question hit Taro like a physical blow, stopping his breath, penetrating his defenses. He realized with sudden, devastating clarity that he did not feel free at all. He felt bound by rules, imprisoned by schedules, trapped by his constant measuring of his own performance and the performance of others. He felt constrained by his idea of what a good practitioner should be, what enlightenment should look like, what spiritual progress should feel like. Every moment was filtered through whether he was doing it right, whether he was achieving his goal, whether he was closer to or further from enlightenment. There was no freedom in this. There was only endless striving, endless judgment, endless measuring, endless fear of falling short. "No," Taro admitted quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. "I do not feel free. I feel burdened. I feel imprisoned by my own practice." Sojin nodded with deep compassion, recognizing the suffering he saw. "This is because you have confused the finger pointing at the moon with the moon itself. The rules, the discipline, the schedule, the forms. These are tools. They are fingers pointing at freedom, pointing at awakening, pointing at your true nature. But you have become so focused on following the finger perfectly, on making sure every detail of the form is exactly right, that you have forgotten to look at what it is pointing toward. You have made the form into the goal itself, and so the form has become a prison rather than a path. He poured more tea for both of them, the simple act done with such presence that it became a teaching in itself. Let me tell you something about my own journey. In my early years, I practiced exactly as you do now. Rigid discipline, perfect adherence to form, constant measurement of progress, absolute commitment to following every rule precisely. I was the model monk, the one teachers pointed to as an example. But I was also miserable, and I was not free. Sojun sipped his tea thoughtfully. One day my teacher asked me a question that broke something open in me. He said, "If you are practicing to be free, why are you creating more and more rules for yourself? If you are seeking liberation, why are you building more elaborate prisons?" This question shattered everything I thought I knew about practice. He set down his cup and looked directly at Taro. I began to see that true practice is not about following external forms perfectly. It is about being genuinely present, genuinely awake, genuinely engaged with life as it actually is, not as the rulebook says it should be. Sometimes that means sitting in the meditation hall at the prescribed time because that supports presence in that moment. Sometimes that means watching the sunrise from a window because that is what presence is calling for in that moment. Sometimes that means singing while you sweep because joy is arising naturally. Sometimes that means taking genuine delight in good food because that is honest response to experience. Sojun continued, his voice gentle but firm. The form changes depending on what the moment calls for. What matters is not the external form but the quality of presence, the depth of awareness, the genuineness of your engagement with this moment. You follow the rules perfectly, but are you actually present when you sit in meditation? Or are you measuring yourself, judging yourself, congratulating yourself for sitting correctly? You eat mindfully according to the form, but do you actually taste your food? Or are you so busy being mindful that you miss the direct experience of eating? You maintain silence during work periods, but is your mind actually quiet? Or is it filled with judgment of those who are not as disciplined as you? Taro felt tears beginning to form. Everything Sojun was saying striking at the heart of his practice. Everything was true. He had been so focused on the form of practice that he had missed the point of practice. He had been so busy trying to be a perfect practitioner that he had not actually practiced being present, being awake, being genuinely alive. So, what should I do? Taro asked, his voice breaking slightly with emotion. How do I practice if not by following the forms? Stop trying to be a perfect practitioner, Sojun said gently, reaching out to place a hand on Taro's shoulder. Start being a genuine human being who is committed to waking up. Use the forms when they serve awakening. Let them go when they become obstacles to awakening. Follow the schedule when it supports presence. Deviate from it when presence calls you elsewhere. The rules exist to serve you, not you to serve the rules. He paused, letting this teaching settle. But understand, this is not license to be lazy or self-indulgent, or to simply follow your every whim. This is actually more demanding than rigid rule following because it requires you to be genuinely present, to listen deeply to each moment, to discern what is actually needed rather than just following a script. When you follow rules rigidly, you do not have to think, do not have to feel, do not have to be truly present. You just follow the form and tell yourself you are practicing. But when you are committed to genuine practice, you must be awake in every moment. You must bring your full awareness to discern what this particular moment is asking of you. Over the days that Sojun stayed at the monastery, Taro began to practice this different way. He still sat in meditation at the prescribed times, still followed the basic schedule, still engaged with the forms, but he did so from a different place, not from fear of breaking rules, not from attachment to being seen as a good practitioner, not from desperate seeking after enlightenment. He sat with genuine presence rather than with self-congratulation about sitting correctly. And sometimes, when the schedule called for one thing but his deep listening called for another, he had the courage to trust his own awareness rather than blindly following form. One morning he found himself drawn to watch the sunrise from the same window where he had first seen Sojun sitting. He was supposed to be in the meditation hall, yes, But he recognized that in this moment, this sunrise meditation was exactly what was needed, exactly what was being called for, exactly what genuine presence meant. He sat with the dawn light, fully present, not judging himself for deviating from the schedule, not worrying about what others might think, just being here with this extraordinary, ordinary miracle of another day beginning. And he experienced a quality of peace he had never touched in all his years of rigid discipline. Not because watching the sunrise was inherently superior to sitting in the hall, but because he was genuinely present, rather than performing an idea of what practice should look like. Before Sogen left to continue his wandering, Taro thanked him with tears in his eyes. "Master, you have shown me the difference between dead practice and living practice, between following the letter and embodying the spirit, between being a good rule follower and being genuinely awake. You have freed me from a prison I had built for myself from the very tools meant to set me free." Sojin smiled with warmth and recognition. "You showed this to yourself through your own willingness to look honestly at your practice. I only pointed at what you were ready to see. Remember, the goal is not to abandon discipline. Discipline has its place. The goal is to find the discipline that comes from presence rather than from fear, from love rather than from obligation, from genuine commitment to awakening rather than from trying to be a good spiritual person, from trying to achieve something that will make you worthy." After Sogen left, Taro's practice transformed completely in ways everyone could feel. He was still dedicated, still committed, still showed up for practice every single day. But there was a quality of freedom, of joy, of genuine engagement that had been completely missing before. Other monks noticed the change immediately. Where once Taro had been rigid and judgmental, radiating a kind of tense perfectionism that made others uncomfortable around him, now he was warm and accepting, meeting people where they were rather than where he thought they should be. Where once he had measured everyone against an impossible standard, certain that his way was the only right way, now he understood that the path looks different for different people, that genuine practice takes many forms, that awakening cannot be reduced to following a schedule perfectly. Where once his presence had made the whole monastery feel heavier, weighted down by his unspoken judgment and rigid energy, now he lightened the atmosphere wherever he went, bringing a quality of ease and spontaneity that came from being genuinely present rather than performing an idea of spirituality. This teaching about the relationship between form and freedom, between discipline and genuine practice, is crucial for anyone walking a spiritual path, or really any path of growth and development. Forms and practices and disciplines can be incredibly valuable, extraordinarily helpful, sometimes even essential. They provide structure in chaos, create supportive conditions when we do not know what we need, help us develop new capacities that we would not develop on our own. But forms can also become prisons when we make them into ends rather than means, when we follow them rigidly without understanding their purpose, when we use them to avoid the more difficult work of being genuinely present. The question to always ask yourself is this: is this form serving awakening right now in this moment? Or is it serving my ego's need to be seen as a good practitioner, to feel superior to others, to avoid the vulnerability of genuine presence? The answer will be different in different moments, different for different people, different depending on countless conditions. And discerning the difference requires the very presence, the very awareness, the very awakening that practice is meant to cultivate. This is why Sojin said genuine practice is actually more demanding than rigid rule following. It requires you to be awake, to pay attention, to listen deeply, to make real choices moment by moment, rather than just following a script someone else wrote. As you rest here in the darkness, notice if there is any way you are being rigid with yourself, any way you are demanding that this moment conform to some idea of how it should be. Maybe you have an idea of how rest should look, what proper relaxation should feel like, what you should or should not be experiencing right now. Maybe you are judging yourself for thoughts that arise, for sensations that persist, for not falling asleep quickly enough. Can you let go of the form of how rest is supposed to happen and simply be with the actual experience of this moment? Maybe rest looks different than you expected. Maybe it includes some restlessness or some thoughts or some sensations that do not match your idea of perfect peace. Can Can you meet this moment as it actually is rather than measuring it against how you think it should be? Can you be present to what is here rather than demanding something else? There is no right way to rest. There is only resting, only being here, only allowing this moment to be exactly what it is. Let go of trying to do it perfectly. Let go of measuring your progress. Let go of judging yourself. Just be here, breathing, aware, accepting whatever arises and passes in the vast space of your awareness. Our sixth story takes us to a village by the sea, where a fisherman named Ichiro had spent his entire life on the water. He knew the ocean intimately in ways that went beyond words or explanations, could read the weather in the shape of clouds and the smell of the wind, understood the patterns of fish and tides through decades of direct experience, through thousands of days of complete engagement with the sea. His father had been a fisherman, and his grandfather before him, and Ichiro had absorbed their knowledge and wisdom while adding his own discoveries through a lifetime of practice. He could sense where fish would be by reading subtle signs in the water, could predict storms hours before they appeared, could navigate in darkness using stars and currents, and an intuitive knowing that lived in his bones rather than his mind. He was not educated in the conventional sense. He could barely read or write, had never studied in a school, knew nothing of philosophy or religion or science. He did not have words for what he knew or frameworks to explain his understanding, but he knew the ocean. He knew it with his whole being, with his hands and his eyes and his body, with a kind of knowledge that went deeper than thinking, that was more reliable than analysis, that was more alive than any concept captured in language. One day, a scholar who was studying different forms of wisdom and knowledge came to the village. He had heard that sometimes the deepest wisdom could be found in unexpected places, in people who had never formally studied but who had given themselves completely to their work, to their relationship with nature, to their craft. He sought out Ichiro, hoping to learn something about this fisherman's way of knowing. Ichiro was puzzled by the scholar's interest, but agreed to take him out on his boat. As they moved across the water, the scholar asked many questions, trying to understand, trying to extract some principle he could write down, some framework he could capture. How do you know where to fish? How do you predict the weather? How do you read the water? What is the underlying principle? What is the philosophy that guides your relationship with the ocean? Ichiro answered as best he could, but he found the questions strange, almost unanswerable. He did not think about how he knew things. He simply knew. It was not intellectual knowledge that he could explain in words or reduce to principles. It was embodied knowledge, knowledge that lived in his entire being, knowledge that arose from complete attention sustained over decades. Finally, after the scholar had pressed him with question after question, trying to get him to articulate some teachable method, some transferable wisdom, Ichiro was quiet for a long time. His weathered hands remained steady on the boat's rudder. His eyes continued scanning the water with the ease of absolute familiarity, and then he said something that the scholar would remember and ponder for the rest of his life. "I do not have a philosophy about the ocean," Ichiro said simply. "I just fish. The ocean teaches me, and I listen, not with my mind trying to understand and categorize and analyze, but with everything, with my whole being. I feel the boat move under me and I know the current without thinking about it. I smell the air and I know what weather is coming without analyzing why. I see the birds and I know where the fish are without reasoning it through. This is not thinking. This is just knowing, direct knowing that arises from complete presence." The scholar pressed further, still trying to extract something he could understand with his analytical mind, something he could write down and take back to the academic world. "But surely there must be some principle underlying your knowledge, some method you follow, some technique that could be taught to others." Ichiro gestured to the vast expanse of water surrounding them, constantly moving, constantly changing, never the same from one moment to the next. "You want words about the ocean, but the ocean is not words. You want principles about fishing, but fishing is not principles. You want to understand with your mind what I know with my whole being, but some things cannot be understood that way. They can only be lived. They can only be known through complete engagement, through years of attention, through becoming one with what you are doing." He adjusted the rudder slightly, responding to some subtle shift in the current that the scholar could not perceive. The ocean is my teacher. She has taught me everything I know, not through lectures or explanations, but through direct experience, through showing me again and again how she moves, how she changes, how she lives. She has taught me that you cannot control life, that you can only flow with it, that fighting against what is only creates suffering. She has taught me that everything changes, that holding on to any moment is like trying to hold water in your hands, that the only way to be at peace is to accept what is and work skillfully with it. The scholar began to realize he was in the presence of a different kind of master, someone who embodied wisdom without being able to articulate it in philosophical terms, someone who had achieved through complete engagement with life what scholars sought through analysis and study. Ichiro had never heard of Zen Buddhism, probably had never even heard the word Dharma, but he lived it perfectly through his relationship with the ocean. "Can you teach me this way of knowing?" the scholar asked, finally understanding that what he was witnessing was something beyond intellectual understanding, something that could not be captured in books or transmitted through lectures. Ichiro laughed, a sound like waves breaking on rocks, warm and genuine. "I cannot teach you what I know by explaining it to you, by giving you principles to follow or methods to practice. I can only show you what I do. You can come with me day after day and fish, not think about fishing, not analyze fishing, not try to extract principles from fishing. Just fish. Be completely present to the experience. Feel the boat, watch the water, sense the subtle changes, and maybe after months or years of just fishing with complete attention, you will begin to know what I know. But it will not be because I taught you with words. It will be because the ocean taught you by showing you, by moving through you, by making you part of itself." The scholar stayed in the village for 3 months, going out with Ichiro almost every day. At first he tried to observe and analyze, to notice patterns, to formulate principles that would explain Ichiro's knowing. But gradually, something shifted within him. He began to simply be there, to feel the boat moving beneath him, to watch the light playing on water, to sense the subtle changes that indicated where fish might be, when weather might turn, how the ocean was moving in this particular moment. His mind, so accustomed to analyzing everything, to understanding through concepts and frameworks, slowly learned to be quiet and simply receive. He stopped trying to understand and started to directly experience. And one morning, he found himself knowing without thought where they should fish. He could not have explained how he knew. There was no reasoning process, no analysis, no application of learned principles. He just knew. And when Ichiro followed his intuition and they found fish exactly where he had sensed they would be, the scholar realized he had touched something Ichiro had been pointing to all along. A way of knowing that was deeper than thinking, more reliable than analysis, more alive than any principle captured in words. A knowing that arose from complete presence, from giving yourself fully to the experience rather than standing apart and trying to understand it, from being life rather than thinking about life. When the scholar finally returned to the city, his colleagues asked what he had learned from the fisherman. He tried to explain but found himself in the same position Ichiro had been in. The knowing he had touched could not be adequately conveyed in words, could not be reduced to teachable principles, could not be transmitted through intellectual explanation. He could only say, "There is a wisdom that comes from complete presence, from giving yourself fully to life rather than standing apart and analyzing it. This wisdom is not inferior to intellectual understanding. In many ways it is deeper, more trustworthy, more real. But it cannot be learned from books or lectures. It can only be discovered through direct engagement, through being fully here, fully present, fully alive to each moment as it unfolds." This teaching about direct experience versus intellectual understanding, about embodied wisdom versus conceptual knowledge, appears again and again in Zen. The Buddha himself said that his teachings were like a finger pointing at the moon, useful for directing attention but not to be mistaken for the moon itself. We can read every text, study every teaching, understand every concept, accumulate vast knowledge about life and consciousness and awakening, and still miss the direct experience of awakening because we are too busy analyzing the finger to look at where it is pointing. True wisdom comes not from accumulating knowledge about life, but from being completely present to life as it unfolds moment by moment. This is what Ichiro knew through his relationship with the ocean. This is what the scholar began to touch when he stopped trying to understand fishing and simply fished. This is what every Zen master points to when they emphasize practice over philosophy, presence over analysis, being over thinking about being. As you rest here breathing, can you notice the difference between thinking about breathing and actually breathing? Between the concept of rest and the direct experience of rest, of your body settling, of awareness being present. Your mind may want to analyze, to understand, to figure out if you are doing this correctly. But beneath that, thinking mind is the direct experience of being alive right now, breathing, sensing, aware. This direct experience is not something to understand or figure out. It is something to be, something to rest in, something to allow. Let your awareness settle into the direct experience beneath all the thinking about experience. Just this breath, just this sensation, just this awareness, aware of being aware. Nothing to understand, nothing to achieve, just being, just here, just now. Our seventh story takes us to a monastery where a monk named Daichi had been carrying a burden so heavy it had begun to crush the life out of him. This burden was not physical but psychological, a weight he had been carrying for over 20 years, a weight that grew heavier with each passing day rather than lighter. 20 years earlier, before Daichi had come to the monastery, he had done things he deeply regretted. He had been cruel in ways that haunted him, selfish in ways that had caused real harm to people he cared about, thoughtless in ways that had created suffering that rippled out beyond what he could even measure. He had hurt people through his words and actions, had betrayed trust, had acted from greed and anger and delusion in ways that still made him feel physically sick when he remembered them. It had taken him years of hard work to recover financially from the consequences of his actions, years of rebuilding relationships that had been damaged, years of facing the natural results of choices he wished he had never made. But while he had eventually recovered externally, rebuilt his life in practical ways, something inside him had never healed. The shame, the guilt, the self-hatred, these had only grown stronger over time. Even after coming to the monastery, even after years of practice, years of sitting meditation, years of studying the Dharma, he could not forgive himself. Every time he sat in meditation, the memories would arise like demons, and with them came waves of shame so intense they felt like drowning. He would replay the events in his mind endlessly, thinking about what he should have seen, what he could have done differently, how foolish he had been, how terrible, how unworthy of peace or happiness or spiritual progress. This mental burden affected everything in his life. It made him suspicious and withdrawn, unable to trust himself or others. It disturbed his sleep, stealing peace even in rest. It colored every interaction, creating a wall between himself and genuine connection. He had recovered the external circumstances of his life, but he remained imprisoned by the past, locked in a cell whose door had been open for years, but which he could not bring himself to walk through. Daichi's teacher was a nun named Etsuko, who had practiced for over 40 years with a directness and clarity that cut through pretense and self-deception. She had watched Daichi struggling with his burden for years, had listened to his confessions countless times, had seen how his inability to forgive himself was slowly destroying him from within. One day, after Daichi had once again confessed his unworthiness, his continued torment over past actions, his inability to let go of guilt no matter how hard he tried, Etsuko did something unexpected. She took him to the monastery garden where there was a small pond, its surface perfectly still in the morning light. "Look into the water," she instructed. "What do you see?" Daichi looked and saw his own reflection looking back at him, distorted slightly by the gentle movement of the water. "I see myself, teacher. Now throw this stone into the water," Etsuko said, handing him a large rock, heavy enough that it took both hands to hold. Daichi threw the stone. It splashed into the pond with a sound that shattered the morning silence, and his reflection immediately broke into 1,000 ripples, distorting beyond recognition, fragmenting into pieces that bore no resemblance to the clear image that had been there moments before. They stood together in silence, watching. Gradually, slowly, the ripples spread outward and began to settle. The water's surface calmed, the disturbance faded, and eventually, after perhaps 2 or 3 minutes, the pond returned to perfect stillness, and Daichi's reflection reformed, clear and undistorted, as if the stone had never been thrown. "The stone is your past actions," Etsuko said quietly, her voice gentle but clear as a bell. "They created ripples, disturbed the surface, changed things. The disturbance was real. The effects were real. People were hurt. Consequences unfolded. But the water's nature is to return to stillness. The disturbance was real, but it was not permanent. It passed. The water did not hold on to the disturbance. It did not keep replaying the splash over and over. It simply returned to its nature, which is clarity and stillness." She turned to look at Daichi directly, her eyes holding both compassion and challenge. "But you, Daichi, you are like someone who keeps throwing the same stone into the pond again and again and again, through memory, through rumination, through your refusal to let the past be past. The original action happened 20 years ago. The ripples from that action have long since settled. The people involved have moved on with their lives. The circumstances have completely changed. Everything has transformed except your grip on guilt, your insistence on continuing to punish yourself, your belief that you must suffer forever to somehow make amends for what you did." Daichi felt something beginning to crack inside him, some hard shell of certainty about his unworthiness starting to fracture. "But teacher, I caused real harm. People suffered because of what I did. How can I just let that go? Doesn't letting go mean I haven't learned anything? That I might do the same things again? That I don't take responsibility?" Etsuko shook her head. "I am not asking you to forget what happened or to pretend it did not matter. The actions happened. They were wrong. They caused harm. These are facts. And they remain facts whether you carry resentment toward yourself or not. What I am asking is whether you want to continue punishing yourself for something someone else did 20 years ago. Because that is what you are doing." She sat down on a bench near the pond, gesturing for him to join her. The person who did those things was doing the best they could with the understanding they had at that time. They were suffering, confused, acting from ignorance and pain and conditioning. This does not excuse the actions, but it explains them. And crucially, that person no longer exists. You are not the same person you were 20 years ago. Every cell in your body has been replaced multiple times. Your understanding has deepened beyond measure. Your awareness has expanded. You have transformed completely. You are literally a different being. She paused, letting this truth settle. What you are doing is identifying with that past person, taking on their guilt as if it were happening now, as if you were still that person making those choices. But you are not. You have changed. The water has returned to stillness. Only your thinking keeps throwing the stone again and again, creating new disturbance where none needs to exist. Etsuko stood and walked to the edge of the pond, picking up another stone. "Watch this," she said, tossing it gently into the water. Again, ripples spread across the surface, disturbing the reflection. "Now," she said, turning to Daichi, "try to stop the ripples through force of will. Try to make the water still again through your effort." Daichi understood the point immediately. It was impossible. The ripples would settle in their own time, according to the water's nature, according to natural law. No amount of effort, no amount of wanting it to be different, could force them to stop before they were ready. "This is what you have been trying to do," Etsuko said. "Force yourself to be at peace through sheer will, through endless self-punishment, through trying to prove you are sorry enough, suffer enough, pay enough penance. But peace does not come through force. It comes through allowing, through letting the ripples settle naturally, through stopping the behavior that keeps creating new disturbance." She looked at him with infinite compassion. "The behavior that keeps creating disturbance is not your past actions. Those are done, finished, over. The behavior creating disturbance now is your refusal to let those actions be in the past where they belong. Your insistence on keeping them alive through constant rumination, through replaying them endlessly in your mind. your belief that you must suffer forever to somehow make amends. This is the stone you keep throwing. This is what prevents the water from returning to stillness. Over the following weeks and months, Daichi practiced what Etsuko had taught him. When memories of past actions arose, which they still did regularly, he practiced not feeding them with the energy of self-hatred and rumination. He would acknowledge them. Yes, this happened. Yes, I caused harm. Yes, I regret this deeply. But then, instead of spiraling into endless self-punishment, into rehearsing all the reasons why he was unforgivable, into imagining the suffering he had caused over and over, he would gently return his attention to the present moment. What was needed now? How could he be helpful now? What was the most compassionate action to take in this moment, right here, right now, in this present reality, rather than in the prison of the past? He found that when he stopped throwing stones through rumination, when he stopped recreating the disturbance through his thinking, the water of his mind began to settle. The guilt did not disappear overnight. The shame did not vanish in a single moment of insight, but they gradually lost their grip on him, slowly released their hold, bit by bit let him go. He could remember past actions without being destroyed by them. He could acknowledge his regrets without being imprisoned by them. He could learn from what had happened without needing to punish himself endlessly for it. And most importantly, he became genuinely more kind, more present, more helpful to others, because he was no longer so consumed with his own guilt that he had no energy for anyone else. One day, years after that conversation by the pond, someone who had been harmed by Daichi's past actions came to the monastery. Daichi felt the old guilt rising like a tidal wave, the impulse to grovel, to debase himself, to somehow prove through his suffering that he was sorry, that he had changed, that he deserved forgiveness even though he believed he did not. But instead of collapsing into that familiar pattern, he simply met the person with presence and honesty. He acknowledged what he had done without excuses or justifications. He expressed genuine remorse, not performed remorse designed to manipulate forgiveness, but real sorrow for the harm he had caused. He listened to how his actions had affected them, really listened without defending himself or making it about his guilt. And then he showed them who he had become, not through words about how much he had changed, but through the quality of his presence, his genuine care, his ability to be fully there without the distortion of shame. The person said something that completed a healing Daichi had not even known was possible. I can see you have changed. I can feel that you are different. If you were still caught in guilt and self-hatred, drowning in shame, I do not think I could have forgiven you, but I can forgive the person you have become because I can see you have done the work of actually transforming yourself. You are not just sorry, you are different. That makes all the difference. This teaching about self-forgiveness, about working with guilt and shame, about releasing the burden of the past, is crucial for finding peace in this life. So many of us carry wounds from our own actions, things we regret, harm we caused, mistakes we made that we cannot undo, and we believe somehow that endless self-punishment is noble, that it proves we are good people who take responsibility, that suffering for our mistakes is what we deserve. But the Buddha taught that all beings deserve compassion, including ourselves, especially ourselves. True responsibility for past harm is not self-hatred, it is honest acknowledgement of what happened, genuine remorse for the suffering caused, making amends where possible and where it would be helpful rather than harmful, and most importantly, transforming ourselves so we do not repeat the patterns that led to harm in the first place. We cannot do this transformation work effectively while we are drowning in guilt and shame. Self-compassion is not letting ourselves off the hook. It is the foundation from which real change becomes possible. When we meet ourselves with kindness rather than cruelty, with understanding rather than judgment, with the same compassion we would offer to anyone else who was suffering, we create the conditions in which genuine transformation can occur. As you rest here in the darkness, is there something from your past that you have been carrying, some guilt or regret or shame that keeps you from peace? Can you practice what Etsuko taught Daichi? Acknowledge that it happened. Acknowledge any harm that was caused. Feel genuine remorse if that is what you feel. And then practice letting the water settle, not through force, not through demanding that you feel differently, but simply by stopping the behavior of replaying it endlessly, by stopping throwing the stone again and again into the pond of your consciousness. The past is past. You cannot change it no matter how much you suffer about it. You cannot undo what was done, but you can free yourself from being imprisoned by it. You can recognize that you are not the same person who did those things, that you have learned and grown and changed, that transformation is real and possible and has already happened in ways you may not have acknowledged. Let yourself rest in the recognition that you are worthy of peace, worthy of freedom, worthy of compassion, not because you have earned it through perfect behavior, but simply because you exist, because you are here, because consciousness experiences itself through your form. Nothing you have done or failed to do can change your fundamental worthiness. You can rest now. You can let yourself be held by this moment. You can release the burden you have been carrying for so long. The past cannot hurt you anymore unless you keep bringing it into the present. Let it stay where it belongs, in the past, as memory rather than as current reality. Let the water settle. Let yourself be at peace. Our 8th story takes us to a village where there lived a potter named Himari, who had dedicated her entire life to creating the most perfect vessels imaginable. Every curve was exact, every surface smooth as glass, every proportion mathematically precise. She would spend weeks on a single piece, measuring, adjusting, starting over at the slightest imperfection, driven by an ideal of flawlessness that consumed her completely. Her work was admired throughout the region. People spoke of her vessels as masterpieces of technical perfection, examples of what could be achieved through absolute dedication to craft. But Himari was not happy. She was exhausted, anxious, never satisfied. Even her most acclaimed pieces felt inadequate to her, falling short of the impossible standard she held in her mind. One day her pottery wheel broke beyond repair, and the craftsman who could fix it was away for several weeks. Himari found herself without her primary tool, without the mechanical precision that had allowed her to create such perfect symmetry. In frustration, and with nothing else to do, she began making pots by hand, shaping clay between her palms, feeling its texture and weight, allowing the form to emerge from the interaction between her hands and the material rather than from her will, imposing itself on passive clay. These hand-formed pots were asymmetrical, irregular, marked by her fingerprints and the natural movement of her hands. She was deeply embarrassed by them, considered them failures, mistakes not worthy of being fired in the kiln, certainly not worthy of being shown to anyone. They violated everything she believed about what made pottery valuable. But her teacher, an old potter named Soetsu, who had studied the way of tea and Zen for many decades, happened to visit during this time. When he saw the hand-formed pots sitting abandoned in the corner, considered trash by their maker, something lit up in his ancient eyes. "These," he said, picking up one of the asymmetrical vessels and turning it slowly in the light. "These are the first pots you have made that show your heart, that reveal your humanity, that have soul. The perfect ones you are so proud of, they show only your skill, only your technical ability, only your control. They are impressive, but they are cold, distant, more like machines than like expressions of a human being. But these imperfect ones, these show who you are beneath all the striving for perfection." Himari felt defensive, almost angry. "Teacher, you are being kind to spare my feelings, but we both know these are inferior work. They lack the precision, the refinement, the perfection that defines quality pottery. They are accidents, mistakes born of not having my proper tools." Soetsu shook his head slowly, still examining the pot with what seemed like genuine appreciation. "You have been making pots for how many years now? 20? 25? And in all that time, you have been chasing an ideal of perfection that exists only in your mind, creating vessels that demonstrate your technical mastery, but that lack the one quality that makes art truly touch people's hearts. Humanity, vulnerability, the beautiful imperfection of life itself." He set down the pot carefully, as if it were precious. In the way of tea, there is a concept called wabi-sabi, the appreciation of imperfection, impermanence, and incompleteness. It recognizes that perfection is cold, sterile, lifeless. It is the cracks in the cup, the asymmetry in the bowl, the rough texture that reveals the maker's hand. These are what make an object come alive, what give it character, what allow it to resonate with our human experience of living in imperfect bodies in an imperfect world. He continued, his voice gentle but clear. Your perfect pots are admirable technical achievements, but they create distance. They say, I am perfect, and you are not. Admire me, but do not imagine you could create me. But these imperfect pots, they invite connection. They say, I was made by human hands, with all the limitations and variations that implies. I am imperfect like you. I am real like you. We belong to the same world of beautiful imperfection. Himari sat with this teaching for many days, feeling it work on her like water working on stone, slowly wearing away the rigid certainty she had built her entire identity around. She began to see that her pursuit of perfection had not been about creating beauty. It had been about proving her worth, about feeling valuable, about defending against the terror of not being good enough. She started working intentionally with the asymmetry and irregularity that her hands naturally created, allowing the clay to have some say in what emerged, accepting variations and imperfections as part of the work, rather than as failures to be corrected. She made tea bowls that were deliberately uneven, vases that leaned slightly, cups that showed the texture of her fingertips in the clay. At first it felt wrong, like she was betraying everything she had worked for. But gradually something shifted. She found herself enjoying the process in a way she never had before. There was freedom in allowing imperfection, in not having to control every tiny detail, in letting the work be what it wanted to be, rather than forcing it to match an ideal in her mind. When she began showing this new work, reactions were predictably mixed. Some people wanted the old Himari, the master of technical perfection, and they were disappointed or even offended by this new direction. They saw it as a decline, a loss of quality, perhaps even laziness masquerading as artistic choice. But others were profoundly moved in ways they had never been moved by her perfect work. They saw something in these new pieces that touched them deeply, that spoke to their own experience of being imperfect humans trying to live in an imperfect world. One person who purchased several of the new tea bowls said something that stayed with Himari forever, words that healed a wound she had not even known she was carrying. Your old work was beautiful in a way that made me feel inadequate, the person said, holding one of the asymmetrical bowls with reverence. It was so perfect, so flawless, that it made me feel my own imperfections more acutely. I admired it, but it did not comfort me. But these new pieces, with their irregularities and their visible marks of being made by human hands, they make me feel less alone. They remind me that imperfection is not failure. They show me that there is beauty in accepting what is, rather than demanding what should be. The person traced the uneven rim of the bowl with gentle fingers. When I drink tea from this bowl, I am reminded that I too am imperfect, and that this is not a flaw but simply the truth of being human. Your old bowls were objects to admire from a distance. These new bowls are companions in the shared experience of being beautifully, messily, wonderfully imperfect, and alive. Himari understood then what Soetsu had been trying to teach her. She had not lost her ability to create meaningful work. She had simply shed a limiting belief about what made work meaningful, what gave it value, what allowed it to touch hearts. The perfection she had pursued for so long had been a defense mechanism, a way of trying to prove she was worthy, a shield against the vulnerability of being seen as imperfect. In allowing imperfection to show, in accepting the natural variations that human hands create, in letting go of the exhausting demand for flawlessness, she had become not a worse artist, but a better one. Not technically better, perhaps. Her new work would never have the mechanical precision of her old work, but better in the way that truly matters. More human, more honest, more able to create genuine connection. Years later, when students came to study with her, Himari would tell them what she had learned through the breaking of her pottery wheel, through the forced encounter with imperfection, through Soetsu's teaching about wabi-sabi. Do not spend your life chasing perfection, she would say, her weathered hands shaping clay with a freedom that came from acceptance. Perfection is an illusion, a prison, a defense against being fully human. Instead, Practice acceptance. Practice allowing the natural variations, the beautiful imperfections, the marks of your humanity to show in your work. She would hold up a bowl with visible irregularities, its surface showing the texture of her hands, its form slightly asymmetrical in ways that somehow made it more beautiful rather than less. This bowl is imperfect by the standards I once held, but it is alive in ways my perfect bowls never were. It breathes. It has character. It tells the truth about how it was made, about who made it, about the reality of creating something with mortal hands in an impermanent world. Your work will never be perfect, she would continue, and this is good news. This is liberation. When you stop demanding perfection from yourself, when you accept that everything you create will have flaws and variations and marks of your human limitations, you become free to actually create, to actually express, to actually show who you are rather than who you think you should be. This teaching about accepting imperfection, about finding beauty in the irregular and asymmetrical, about letting go of impossible standards, speaks to something essential for anyone seeking peace. We live in a culture that worships perfection, that tells us we must optimize every aspect of our lives, that demands we meet impossible standards in our work, our bodies, our relationships, our spiritual practice, everything. And this demand for perfection creates endless suffering. We are never good enough. Our work is never quite right. Our practice is never deep enough. Our understanding is never complete enough. We measure ourselves against ideals that no human could ever meet, and then feel like failures when we inevitably fall short. But Zen points to a different way. Not the way of perfection, but the way of acceptance. Not the way of demanding that reality conform to our ideals, but the way of meeting reality as it actually is. Not the way of hiding our humanity, but the way of allowing our beautiful, messy, imperfect humanity to show through everything we do. The Japanese concept of wabi-sabi that Suetsu taught Himari is profound in its implications. It suggests that imperfection, impermanence, and incompleteness are not flaws to be corrected, but essential qualities of existence to be appreciated. The crack in the tea bowl, the asymmetry in the flower arrangement, the weathering on the wooden post, these are not defects. They are what make things real, what give them character, what allow them to resonate with our experience of being alive. When we accept imperfection in our creations, in our practice, in ourselves, we discover a freedom that perfection could never provide. We stop exhausting ourselves trying to meet impossible standards. We stop judging ourselves harshly for being human. We stop hiding our authentic selves behind masks of perfection. We can simply be, simply create, simply live, knowing that our imperfection is not a problem to solve, but the very quality that makes us real. As you lie here in the darkness of this night, can you practice accepting your own imperfection? Can you let go of demanding that you rest perfectly, sleep perfectly, be perfectly peaceful? Can you allow this moment to be imperfect, to include whatever thoughts or sensations or experiences arise, without judging it as wrong or not good enough? You are beautifully, wonderfully, perfectly imperfect. Just like the hand-formed pots that showed Himari's humanity, just like every genuine expression of life itself. Nothing about you needs to be fixed before you can rest. Nothing needs to be perfected before you deserve peace. You can rest now, exactly as you are, imperfect and whole, flawed and complete, human and worthy. Let go of the demand for perfection. Let yourself be real, be here, be imperfect and at peace. This is enough. You are enough. This moment is enough. Our ninth story takes us to a meditation hall where a nun named Yuki had been struggling with her practice in a way that was making her increasingly desperate and discouraged. She had been sitting meditation for 3 years, attending every session, following the instructions carefully, dedicating herself fully to the practice, but her experience was not what she had hoped for, not what she had been led to believe meditation should be like. Her mind wandered constantly during meditation. Thoughts arose in endless streams, memories from the past, plans for the future, judgments about her practice, worries about whether she was doing it right, comparisons to other practitioners who seemed to sit in such perfect stillness. She would try to concentrate on her breath, But within seconds, sometimes within a single breath, her mind would be somewhere else entirely, lost in thought, completely distracted. She felt like a failure as a meditator. She would look around the meditation hall and see others sitting in apparent stillness, their faces peaceful, their posture unwavering, and she would feel even worse about herself. They could do it. They could quiet their minds. Why couldn't she? What was wrong with her? Was she simply not suited for this practice? Did she lack some essential quality that real practitioners possessed? The more she struggled, the worse it became. She would sit down with grim determination, telling herself this time would be different. This time she would finally achieve the peaceful, thought-free state she imagined meditation should be. But within moments, her mind would be wandering again, and she would feel that familiar wave of frustration and self-judgment crash over her. One day, in desperation, she approached her teacher, an old nun named Keiko, who had practiced for over 50 years and who radiated a quality of ease and acceptance that Yuki found both inspiring and frustrating. Surely someone like Keiko had mastered the practice, had achieved the quiet mind that Yuki was failing to achieve. "Teacher," Yuki said, barely able to meet Keiko's eyes, "I cannot meditate. My mind never stops wandering. I have tried everything. I have tried counting breaths, watching thoughts, repeating mantras, visualizing peaceful scenes. Nothing works. My mind is too wild, too undisciplined, too chaotic. I sit there trying so hard to concentrate, and within seconds I am lost in thought again. Perhaps I am simply not suited for this practice. Perhaps I should leave the monastery and find some other path." Keiko looked at her with gentle, knowing eyes and asked a question that seemed strange, almost beside the point. "Who is noticing that your mind is wandering?" Yuki paused, confused by the question. "I'm noticing it, teacher. I noticed that I was supposed to be watching my breath, but instead I was thinking about what I will eat for lunch, or replaying a conversation from yesterday, or worrying about tomorrow. And this I that is noticing the wandering mind," Keiko asked, "is it wandering?" Yuki had to think about this. When she noticed her mind had wandered, when she recognized she had been lost in thought, there was a moment of clear awareness, a moment of knowing, of recognition. In that moment, the awareness that noticed the wandering was not itself wandering. It was present, alert, awake. "No," Yuki said slowly, beginning to understand something. "The awareness that notices the wandering is not wandering. It is here, present, clear." Keiko nodded with a gentle smile. "This is the key you have been missing, the understanding that could transform your entire practice. You have been trying to control your thoughts, to make your mind stop wandering, believing that successful meditation means having no thoughts, achieving some blank state of mental emptiness. But this is not meditation. This is warfare with yourself, and it is a war you cannot win." She continued, her voice soft but penetrating. "True meditation is not about controlling thoughts or making your mind stop wandering. It is about recognizing the awareness that is always present, always here, whether thoughts are arising or not. Your thoughts come and go like clouds in the sky, constantly moving, constantly changing. Sometimes there are many clouds, sometimes few, sometimes none at all. But the sky itself is never disturbed by the clouds. It does not try to push clouds away. It does not prefer clear weather to cloudy weather. It simply is, vast and open, allowing whatever weather appears." Keiko gestured to the meditation hall around them, to the space that held everything. "Your awareness is like the sky. Thoughts are like clouds passing through. You have been identifying with the clouds, believing you are the thoughts, treating every wandering thought as a personal failure. But you are not the thoughts. You are the sky, the awareness in which thoughts arise and pass, the spacious presence that witnesses everything without being disturbed by anything." Yuki felt something beginning to shift in her understanding, like a door opening to reveal a room she had not known existed. "So when I notice my mind has wandered, instead of judging myself or trying harder to concentrate, I should recognize the awareness that is doing the noticing." "Yes," Keiko replied. "And more than that, recognize that this awareness is always here, always present, always available. Even when you are completely lost in thought, awareness is there, Otherwise, you could not eventually notice you were lost and return to your breath. Even in the midst of the wildest mental storm, awareness remains, like the sky that is still there even when completely covered by clouds. She paused, allowing this teaching to settle. When you sit in meditation, do not try to control thoughts or force your mind to be quiet. This creates tension, creates struggle, creates the very agitation you are trying to escape. Instead, rest in awareness. Notice thoughts arising, notice them passing, but do not become them. Do not add the thought, "I should not be thinking," to the thoughts that are already present. Simply be the awareness that knows thoughts are happening, the way the sky knows clouds are present without being disturbed by them. In the days and weeks that followed, Yuki practiced this new understanding, and it transformed her meditation completely. It was subtle at first, not a dramatic shift, but a gradual opening. She would sit and thoughts would arise as they always had, countless thoughts, endless mental activity. But instead of immediately trying to push them away or judging herself for having them, she would recognize, thought is happening. Awareness knows this. Sometimes she would get lost in thoughts for long stretches, entire minutes passing while she was completely absorbed in mental storytelling. But when she noticed, instead of the familiar wave of frustration and self-criticism, she would simply acknowledge, lost in thought. Awareness is here. Noticing this, gradually, something profound began to happen. Yuki's meditation transformed from a struggle to control thoughts into a resting in awareness. She discovered that awareness was always peaceful, always spacious, always at ease, even when thoughts were chaotic, even when mental activity was intense. The storm of thinking might be happening in awareness, but awareness itself was like vast space that could hold any weather without being disturbed by it. One day, several months into practicing this way, Yuki was sitting in meditation when a particularly intense storm of thoughts arose. Memories, emotions, plans, worries, everything seemed to be churning at once, a mental chaos that would have sent the old Yuki into despair and harsh self-judgment. But this time, instead of fighting the storm or collapsing into frustration, she simply rested in the awareness that knew the storm was happening. And in that resting, something extraordinary occurred. She saw clearly, with a clarity that went beyond intellectual understanding, that awareness was completely untouched by the storm. No matter how intense the thoughts were, no matter how consuming the mental activity seemed, awareness remained spacious, peaceful, clear, unchanged. The storm was happening in awareness, arising within the vast space of presence. But awareness itself was like the sky that is never damaged by the weather passing through it. When the meditation period ended, Yuki went to find Keiko, her eyes bright with recognition and gratitude. "Teacher, I understand now. I have been trying to clear the sky of clouds, not realizing that I am the sky. The sky does not need to be empty of clouds to be the sky. Awareness does not need to be empty of thoughts to be awareness." Keiko smiled warmly, her weathered face creasing with joy at seeing a student's genuine understanding. "Yes, Yuki. And now you have discovered something essential about your true nature. You are not your thoughts. You are not your emotions. You are not even your sense of being a separate self. You are the awareness in which all of these things appear and disappear, arise and pass. This awareness is your true nature. It has never been born and will never die. It cannot be improved or damaged. It is already completely perfect, completely whole, completely at peace." She placed a hand on Yuki's shoulder. "Your practice will continue to deepen from this point. You will still have thoughts during meditation. Sometimes many thoughts, sometimes few, but you will no longer be enslaved by them. No longer believe that having thoughts means you are failing. You will simply rest in awareness again and again, recognizing the spacious presence that you truly are. And you will discover that this awareness is always available, always peaceful, always here, the unchanging background to all changing experience." Yuki's practice continued to transform over the following months and years. She no longer judged herself for having a busy mind during meditation. She no longer believed she was bad at practice when thoughts arose. She simply rested in awareness, noticing thoughts come and go, returning again and again to the recognition of the spacious presence that witnessed everything without being disturbed by anything. Her entire relationship with meditation shifted from struggle to ease, from effort to allowing, from trying to achieve something to simply resting in what was already here. And this shift affected not just her formal meditation practice, but her entire life. She began to see that she could rest in awareness not just on the meditation cushion, but in all activities, in all moments. Recognizing the awareness that was present whether she was sitting or walking, working or resting, alone or with others. Years later, when other students came to Yuki struggling with the same problem she had struggled with, feeling like failures because their minds wandered during meditation, she would share what Keiko had taught her. "You are not failing," she would say with compassion born of her own experience. "You have simply misunderstood what meditation is. Meditation is not about having no thoughts. It is about recognizing the awareness that knows thoughts are arising, the presence that witnesses everything without being disturbed by anything. Stop fighting your thoughts," she would continue. "Stop judging yourself for having a busy mind. Instead, practice recognizing the awareness that is always here, always peaceful, always spacious. You are not the thoughts that come and go like weather. You are the vast sky that holds all weather without ever being changed by it. Rest in this recognition, and you will discover that the peace you have been seeking was here all along, not as something to achieve, but as what you already are." This teaching about resting in awareness, rather than trying to control thoughts, is perhaps the most liberating teaching for anyone who has struggled with meditation or with their own busy mind. So many people believe they are bad at meditation because they have thoughts, because their mind wanders, because they cannot achieve some imagined state of perfect mental stillness. But these beliefs are based on a fundamental misunderstanding of what meditation is and what it is for. Meditation is not about controlling your experience or forcing your mind into some particular state. It is about recognizing the awareness that knows all experience, the consciousness that witnesses thoughts and emotions and sensations without being defined by any of them. This awareness is always here, always available, always peaceful. It does not need to be created or achieved or earned through years of practice. It only needs to be recognized, noticed, rested in. And when we rest in this awareness, when we stop identifying with the changing content of our minds and recognize the unchanging awareness that knows all content, we discover a peace that does not depend on our thoughts being quiet, or our emotions being pleasant, or our circumstances being perfect. As you lie here breathing, as thoughts continue to arise and pass through your awareness, can you notice the awareness itself? The awareness that knows you are lying here, that knows there are thoughts, that knows there is breathing, that knows there is awareness. This awareness is not disturbed by whatever thoughts are arising. It is not made anxious by planning or reviewing. It is not made restless by the activity of the thinking mind. It simply is, vast and spacious and inherently peaceful, like the sky that holds all weather without being changed by storms or sunshine, clouds or clear air. You do not need to clear your mind to rest in this awareness. You do not need to stop thinking to recognize the peace that is always here. You only need to recognize what is already present, what has always been present, what will always be present. Rest in this awareness now. Let thoughts come and go like clouds passing through the sky. Let sensations arise and pass like waves on the ocean. Let everything be exactly as it is, held in the vast, spacious awareness that you truly are. This is your nature. This is what you have always been. This is home. Our 10th story takes us to a quiet village where a merchant named Noboru had built what appeared to be a perfect life. He had accumulated significant wealth through years of careful business dealings, owned a beautiful home filled with fine possessions, enjoyed the respect of his community, had a loving family. By every external measure, he had achieved success, had obtained everything society said would bring happiness. But Noboru was not happy. Despite having everything he had worked so hard to acquire, despite checking every box on the list of what should create contentment, he felt a persistent emptiness, a gnawing sense that something essential was missing. He would lie awake at night in his comfortable bed, surrounded by luxury, and feel profoundly unsatisfied. Though he could not name what he was lacking, one day, He heard about a Zen master named Eishin, who lived in extreme simplicity in a small hermitage deep in the mountains. The master owned almost nothing, lived on the simplest food, spent his days in meditation and tending a small garden. Yet everyone who met him spoke of a quality of peace and contentment that was palpable, a sense of completeness that had nothing to do with possessions or achievements or status. Noboru decided to visit this master, bringing expensive gifts as offerings, thinking perhaps the master would be impressed by his generosity, by his success, by his ability to provide valuable things. When he arrived at the hermitage after a long journey, he was shocked by how little the master had. One small room, one bowl, one set of robes, a sleeping mat, nothing else. The contrast with his own overfilled home was stark and unsettling. Master Eishin greeted him warmly, accepting the gifts with genuine gratitude, but setting them aside without much interest, without the appreciation Noboru had expected. They sat together in the simple room, and Noboru found himself becoming increasingly uncomfortable with the silence, with the lack of activity, with the complete absence of the busyness that filled his usual life. Finally, Noboru spoke, breaking the silence that had become unbearable. Master Eishin, I have come seeking your wisdom. I have everything a person could want: wealth, status, comfort, family. Yet I feel empty inside, unsatisfied, as if something crucial is missing. I thought that achieving success would bring happiness, but it has not. I am more anxious now than when I was poor and struggling, constantly worried about losing what I have, about whether I have enough, about whether I am truly successful. Can you help me find the peace that I lack? Eishin was quiet for a long moment, simply sitting, simply present, and then he asked a question so simple it seemed almost silly. What are you? Noboru was confused. I am a merchant. I am a husband and father. I am a successful businessman. I am someone who has built something of value in this world. No, Eishin said gently but firmly. Those are roles you play, things you do, identities you have constructed around yourself like layers of clothing. But what are you beneath all of that? What are you before you became a merchant? Before you acquired any possessions? Before you achieved any status? What are you in your most fundamental nature? Noboru tried to think of a better answer, searching through his understanding of himself, but found he could not answer. He had defined himself entirely through his roles, his accomplishments, his possessions, his position in society. When he tried to find himself beneath these things, there was a kind of terrifying emptiness, a not knowing that felt like standing at the edge of an abyss. I do not know, he finally admitted, his voice small. This not knowing, Eishin said softly, is the beginning of wisdom, the doorway to understanding. You have spent your whole life accumulating things, building an identity, trying to create security through external means, but none of it has brought the peace you seek because you have been looking in the wrong place. You have been trying to fill an inner emptiness with outer things, and this cannot work. It will never work, no matter how much you acquire. He gestured to the simple space around them, to the profound lack of possessions. I own almost nothing, as you can see. Yet I am content, deeply content, genuinely at peace. Not because poverty is somehow superior to wealth, not because deprivation is better than comfort, but because my contentment does not depend on what I have or do not have. It depends on understanding what I am, beneath all the having and not having, beneath all the acquiring and losing, beneath all the success and failure. Eishin poured tea for both of them. The simple act done with such complete attention it became a meditation. When you discover your true nature, the nature that exists before you acquired any possessions or achievements or identities, you find a completeness that needs nothing added to it. A fullness that is not created by accumulation but revealed by letting go. A peace that does not depend on circumstances being a particular way. Noboru felt defensive, felt his entire life being questioned. But surely having resources is better than not having them. Surely comfort is better than deprivation. Surely success is better than failure. Are you saying wealth is bad? That I should give up everything I have worked for? I am not saying wealth is bad, Eishin replied patiently. I am saying that making your peace depend on wealth or on anything external is suffering. You can have wealth or not have wealth, have success or not have success, have comfort or not have comfort, but your fundamental okayness, your inherent completeness, this does not change based on what you have. It is always here, always available. But you have covered it over with layers of seeking, acquiring, accumulating, trying to build security from external things that cannot provide it. He sipped his tea slowly, savoring it. You came here bringing gifts, still trying even here to establish yourself through giving, through display of your resources. But the greatest gift you could receive is not something I can give you. It is the recognition of what you already are, what you have always been beneath all the accumulation and achievement. This recognition is what you truly hunger for, what you have been seeking through all your business success, what no amount of wealth can provide because it is not acquired but discovered. Noboru stayed with Eishin for several days, and the master did not give him complex teachings or philosophical explanations. He simply invited Noboru to be present to the life that was actually here, to the simple activities that filled the days, drawing water from the well, preparing simple food, sitting in silence, walking in the garden, activities that had no purpose beyond themselves, no goal to achieve, no status to establish, no wealth to accumulate. At first, Noboru found this incredibly difficult, almost unbearable. His mind constantly wanted to be somewhere else, doing something more important, making progress towards some goal, achieving something measurable. The simplicity felt like a waste of time. Surely there was something more he should be doing, something more valuable, something that would finally give him what he was seeking. But Eishin would gently bring him back. You are drawing water. Just draw water. You are sitting. Just sit. You are walking. Just walk. Stop trying to get somewhere. Be where you are. Stop trying to become something. Be what you are. On the third day, something shifted. Noboru was sitting in the garden, simply watching the play of morning light on leaves. No agenda, no purpose, nowhere to be, nothing to achieve, and he experienced a moment of complete presence. A moment where all the seeking stopped. No thoughts about his business, no worries about the future, no rehearsing of the past, no sense of needing to be anywhere else or anyone else. Just this, just being here, aware, alive, and in that moment, he touched something he had been seeking through all his accumulation. Something that had been here all along, waiting for him to stop seeking long enough to notice it. A sense of fundamental okayness that did not depend on anything external, that was not created by his possessions or his achievements or his status. A peace that simply was, complete in itself, needing nothing. The moment only lasted perhaps a minute before his thinking mind returned with its familiar patterns. But it was enough. He had glimpsed what Eishin was pointing to, had tasted the peace that exists beneath all seeking, had touched the completeness that is our true nature, before we cover it over with endless grasping for more. When Noboru prepared to leave and return to his life, Eishin walked with him to the mountain path. Will you give up your wealth, your business, your comfortable life? Eishin asked, not as a demand, but as a genuine question. Noboru considered. I do not know if I am ready for that. I do not know if that is what I am called to do. Eishin smiled with understanding. I am not asking you to give anything up. I am asking you to stop depending on these things for your sense of being okay, for your fundamental peace. You can have wealth or not have wealth. You can have success or not have success. You can have comfort or not have comfort. But know that your true nature is complete regardless. When you know this, really know it in your bones, then you can engage with the world of having and doing without being enslaved by it. You can enjoy success without clinging to it. You can face loss without being destroyed by it. You can live fully in the world while resting in the completeness that needs nothing from the world. Noboru returned to his life, to his business, to his family, to his comfortable home. But something fundamental had changed inside him. He still ran his business, still took care of his wealth, still enjoyed the comforts his resources provided, but he was no longer imprisoned by them, no longer defined by them, no longer believing his okayness depended on maintaining them. When business went well, he appreciated it without clinging to the success, without making it mean he was finally worthy. When challenges arose, when losses occurred, he met them without being destroyed, without losing his sense of fundamental okayness. He had discovered something beneath all the surface activities of his life, a ground of being that was always okay, always complete, always at peace regardless of external circumstances. Years later, when asked about the visit that changed his life, Noboru would say with genuine wonder, "I went to the mountains seeking some secret teaching that would make me happy. What I discovered was that I had been happy all along. Beneath all my seeking, I had been complete all along, beneath all my accumulating. I had been at peace all along, beneath all my anxiety." The master did not give me something I lacked. He pointed me toward what I had always been but had covered over with endless seeking. This teaching about inherent completeness versus endless seeking of external validation is at the very heart of Zen practice and of all genuine spiritual teaching. We believe we will be okay when we achieve this goal, when we acquire that possession, when we finally become successful enough, or loved enough, or accomplished enough. But this belief keeps peace always in the future, always conditional on circumstances being exactly right, always just out of reach no matter what we achieve. Zen points to a completeness that exists right now, that has always existed, that does not depend on anything external. When we touch this completeness, when we recognize our inherent okayness that exists prior to any achievement or acquisition, we can engage fully with life, working and loving and creating and enjoying, but we do it from fullness rather than from lack, from contentment rather than from desperate seeking. As you rest here in this moment, can you sense into the possibility that you are already complete, already okay, already enough? Not because you have achieved anything, or acquired anything, or become anything special, but simply because you exist, because you are here, because consciousness experiences itself through your particular precious temporary form. Nothing needs to be added to make you okay. Nothing needs to be achieved to make you worthy. Nothing needs to be perfected to make you complete. You are already complete, right here, right now. This moment exactly as it is, with you exactly as you are, is whole. Rest in this completeness. Let it hold you. Let it be enough. And now, as we approach the end of our journey together through these ancient teachings, let us rest in the simplest truth of all. You are here. You are breathing. You are aware. This simple fact of being alive, of consciousness experiencing itself through your form, this is the miracle. Not a miracle you must achieve or earn, but a miracle that is already happening, has always been happening, will continue happening regardless of what you do or do not do. All these stories we have journeyed through tonight, Riku learning to stop seeking enlightenment, Akane discovering that wisdom is lived rather than collected, Kenji learning to feel anger without being controlled by it, Masa finding value beyond perfection, Taro discovering freedom beyond rigid discipline, Ichiro knowing through direct experience, Daichi learning to forgive himself, Himari accepting imperfection, Yuki recognizing awareness as her true nature, Noboru discovering completeness beneath all seeking. All of them were discovering the same truth expressed in different ways. The truth is that peace is not somewhere else, not in some future moment when you finally get everything right. Peace is here now, available in this very moment when you stop fighting with reality, when you meet each moment with presence and compassion, when you recognize what you truly are beneath all the stories you tell yourself. The Buddha's final words to his disciples were, "All conditioned things are subject to decay. Strive on with diligence." He was reminding them that everything changes, that nothing in form lasts forever, that this body will age and eventually return to earth, that every circumstance is temporary. But he was also pointing to something that does not decay, something that is not conditioned, something that remains regardless of what changes, the awareness that looks through your eyes right now, the consciousness that experiences this moment. This is not personal. It does not belong to you. You belong to it, and it is eternal, unborn, undying, beyond all coming and going, beyond all change and decay. It was here before this body formed. It will be here after this body dissolves. It is the constant background of all experience, the unchanging witness of all change. Tonight, you do not need to remember all these stories or hold on to all these teachings. They have already done their work, planting seeds in your consciousness that will grow in their own time, in their own way. What matters now is simply this: you are here, you are breathing, you are aware, and you are held in the vast embrace of existence itself, supported, safe, allowed to simply be. Let go of everything now. Let go of trying to understand or remember or integrate or achieve. Let go of trying to be anywhere other than here, anyone other than who you are. Let go of the need to fix yourself or improve yourself or perfect yourself. Let go of measuring or judging or comparing. Let go of past and future. Let go of seeking and striving. Let go of holding on. Your breath continues without effort. Your heart beats without thought. Life lives itself through you without requiring anything from you except the simple allowing, the basic yes to what is. You do not have to make any of this happen. You do not have to earn the right to breathe or to rest or to be at peace. It is already given, already here, already yours. Feel your body sinking deeper into the surface beneath you. Feel how completely you are supported, how gravity holds you without any effort on your part. There is nothing you need to do, nowhere you need to go, no one you need to become. The teachings we have shared tonight are now part of you, woven into your understanding, available when needed. But for now they can rest too. Everything can rest. Your mind can rest from its constant activity. Your body can rest from its constant doing. Your heart can rest from its constant seeking. You are safe here in this moment. You are held by something much larger than your small sense of self, carried by a river that knows where it is going even when you do not, supported by an endless lineage of beings who have walked this path before you. Their peace is available to you. Their understanding flows through you. You are not alone on this journey. You have never been alone. Even in your most isolated moments, you have been part of this vast web of consciousness, this great unfolding, this eternal dance of awareness experiencing itself in infinite forms. May you rest deeply tonight. May you sleep peacefully, falling into darkness like a leaf falling from a tree, trusting that you will land exactly where you need to be. May you wake tomorrow refreshed and renewed, carrying something from these teachings even if you cannot name what it is, even if you cannot remember the specific words or stories. May you meet tomorrow's moments with more presence than you had before, more acceptance of what is, more kindness toward yourself and others. May you remember, even if only briefly, that you are already whole, already complete, already home. May the seeking that drives you begin to quiet, making space for the recognition that what you seek is already here. Sleep now, dear one. Rest in the knowledge that you have done enough. You are enough. This moment is enough. All the striving can stop for now. All the trying can cease. All the seeking can quiet. Let yourself be held by this darkness, by this silence, by this vast, spacious awareness that has no beginning and no end. You are not just a small, separate self struggling through life. You are the infinite experiencing itself as finite, the eternal playing at being temporary, the whole pretending to be a part, and this pretending, this game of forgetting and remembering, is beautiful, is sacred, is exactly as it should be. Rest now in your true nature, which is awareness itself, consciousness itself, the presence that was here before this story began and will be here after all stories end. You are the sky that holds all weather without being changed by it. You are the ocean that contains all waves without being defined by them. You are the silence that holds all sound without being disturbed by noise. Let each breath carry you deeper into rest, deeper into peace, deeper into the recognition of what you have always been. The journey continues tomorrow and the day after and all the days that follow. But right now, in this moment, there is only this, only breath, only awareness, only being, only home. The Buddha taught peace comes from within. Do not seek it without. You have found it here in this moment, in this breath, in this gentle surrender to what is. The peace you have been searching for has been waiting here all along, patient as mountains, constant as stars, available in every moment. You remember to simply be present to what is actually here. Thank you for walking this path with me tonight. Thank you for opening your heart to these ancient teachings, for allowing these stories to touch whatever needed to be touched. Thank you for being here, for listening, for being willing to consider that peace might be simpler than you thought, closer than you imagined, more available than you believed. Your presence here tonight, your willingness to listen, this itself is a form of practice, a way of honoring the deep longing in you for truth, for peace, for coming home to yourself. This longing is sacred. It is the universe calling you back to recognition of what you truly are beneath all the layers of forgetting, beneath all the stories of separation and lack. And now you can rest, knowing that the longing itself is a kind of remembering, a gravitational pull toward the truth that has always been here, waiting with infinite patience for you to stop seeking long enough to notice it. You do not need to search anymore tonight. You do not need to strive or struggle or figure anything out. You can simply be here, breathing, allowing, resting in the simplicity of this moment. The stories you have heard tonight are not meant to be remembered perfectly or analyzed intellectually. They are meant to work on you the way water works on stone, slowly, patiently, wearing away the hard edges of false beliefs, smoothing the rough surfaces of resistance, carving channels through which truth can flow more easily. Riku discovered that seeking enlightenment was the obstacle to enlightenment, that peace comes not from grasping but from letting go of grasping. This teaching lives in you now. When you find yourself desperately trying to achieve something, desperately trying to become someone different, you might remember Riku pulling weeds in the garden, completely present, his seeking mind silent, peace available in that simple moment. Akane learned that intellectual understanding is not the same as embodied wisdom, that knowing about life is not the same as living life fully. The old vegetable seller showed her that wisdom comes from complete engagement with simple tasks, from bringing your whole being to whatever you are doing. This teaching lives in you now. When you find yourself lost in your head, analyzing rather than experiencing, you might remember to return to direct experience, to feel rather than think about feeling, to be rather than think about being. Kenji discovered that anger is not the problem, that feeding anger with stories and justifications is the problem. He learned to feel the raw sensation of anger without adding fuel to the fire, and in doing so found freedom from being controlled by emotion. This teaching lives in you now. When difficult emotions arise, you can remember that they are like waves, arising and passing, lasting only moments when you do not feed them with your thoughts. Masa learned that his worth was not in his perfect technique but in his willingness to continue creating even when his hands shook, even when perfection became impossible. He discovered that imperfection can carry more truth and beauty than flawless execution ever could. This teaching lives in you now. When you judge yourself for not being perfect, when you feel your limitations acutely, you can remember that your humanity, your vulnerability, your imperfection, these are not flaws but the very qualities that make you real, that allow you to connect with others, that give your life authenticity. Taro learned that rigid discipline can become a prison, that following forms without understanding their purpose can take you away from genuine practice rather than toward it. He discovered that freedom comes not from perfect adherence to rules but from genuine presence to each moment. This teaching lives in you now. When you find yourself being harsh with yourself, demanding perfection, following rules rigidly, you can remember that the goal is not to be a perfect practitioner, but to be genuinely awake, genuinely present, genuinely alive. Ichiro showed that wisdom can come through complete engagement with life, rather than through intellectual study, that knowing through your whole being is deeper than knowing through concepts. This teaching lives in you now. When you are tempted to remain in your head, analyzing and understanding, you can remember to drop into direct experience, to know through your senses, through your body, through complete presence to what is actually here. Daichi learned to forgive himself by recognizing that holding on to guilt was like throwing the same stone into the pond again and again, creating disturbance where none needed to exist. He discovered that the past is past, that he had changed, that continuing to punish himself served no one. This teaching lives in you now. When guilt or shame arise about things you have done, you can remember that you are not the same person who did those things, that the water wants to return to stillness, that you can let the past be past and rest in the present. Himari learned that perfection is cold and creates distance, while imperfection is warm and creates connection. She discovered that allowing her humanity to show in her work made it more beautiful rather than less. This teaching lives in you now. When you demand perfection from yourself, when you hide your imperfections, you can remember that beauty includes irregularity, that authenticity matters more than flawlessness, that your imperfect humanity is what makes you capable of genuine connection. Yuki discovered that she was not her thoughts but the awareness in which thoughts arise and pass. She learned to rest in awareness rather than trying to control the content of awareness, and in doing so found a peace that did not depend on having a quiet mind. This teaching lives in you now. When your mind is busy, when thoughts arise endlessly, you can remember that you are the sky, not the clouds. The awareness that witnesses thoughts rather than the thoughts themselves. Noboru learned that accumulation cannot fill the emptiness he felt, that seeking security through external means is futile, that his fundamental okayness existed prior to any achievement or acquisition. This teaching lives in you now. When you feel that something is missing, when you believe you need something more to be happy, you can remember that you are already complete, that what you seek is not in the future, but here in this present moment. All these teachings, all these recognitions, they point to the same truth. You are already what you seek to become. You are already home. You are already free. The only thing preventing you from recognizing this is your constant movement away from the present moment, your constant reaching for something else, something more, something different. But tonight, you can stop reaching. You can stop seeking. You can stop trying to become someone other than who you are. You can rest in the simple recognition that this moment, exactly as it is enough. That you, exactly as you are enough. That nothing needs to be added, nothing needs to be achieved, nothing needs to be perfected. Let your body continue to settle. Feel how much heavier it has become since we began this journey together. Feel how your muscles have released tension you did not even know you were holding. Feel how your breath has slowed and deepened without any effort from you. Feel how the boundary between waking and sleeping has become softer, more permeable, easier to cross. You are held by this moment. You are supported by the surface beneath you. You are carried by the rhythm of your own breathing. There is nothing you need to do to make this continue. It happens on its own, naturally, effortlessly. The way flowers open to sunlight, the way rivers flow to the ocean, the way everything in nature follows its course without struggle or strain. You belong here in this darkness, in this silence, in this stillness that holds all movement. The night surrounds you like a gentle embrace, asking nothing, offering everything. The darkness is not empty but full, pregnant with possibility, rich with the fertile void from which all things arise and to which all things return. In Zen there is a teaching about the original face, the face you had before your parents were born, before this world came into being, before time began. This original face is what you truly are beneath all the temporary identities, all the changing circumstances, all the stories you tell yourself about who you are. It is pure awareness, pure consciousness, pure being, untouched by anything that happens in time, unchanged by any experience, always here, always now, always home. As you rest here, you are resting as this original face, this fundamental nature that has never been born and can never die. The person you think you are, with all their history and hopes and fears and plans. This is like a character in a dream, real enough within the dream, but not your deepest truth. Your deepest truth is the awareness in which the dream appears, the consciousness that witnesses all experiences without being defined by any of them. This is what all the ancient teachers were pointing to with their stories and koans and paradoxical statements. They were trying to wake you up from the dream of separation, from the belief that you are a small, isolated self, struggling through a difficult world. They were trying to help you recognize that you are the whole pretending to be a part, the infinite playing at being finite, consciousness itself experiencing what it is like to be this particular human being in this particular moment. And now, having heard their teachings, having walked with them through these stories, you can let yourself settle into this recognition, not as an intellectual understanding, but as a felt sense, a bodily knowing, a direct experience of being held by something vast and loving and completely trustworthy. The universe is not indifferent to you. You are not separate from it. You are how the universe experiences itself in this time and place. You are how consciousness explores what it is like to be human, to feel joy and sorrow, to know beauty and pain, to love and lose and love again. This is not a burden but a gift, not a punishment but a sacred play. And when the play becomes too heavy, when the character you are playing seems too difficult to sustain, you can remember this teaching. You can step back into awareness, into the witness position, into the recognition that you are not just the character, but also the awareness in which the character appears. From this perspective, everything becomes lighter, more workable, less solid and threatening. The problems that seemed overwhelming reveal themselves to be temporary arisings in consciousness, clouds passing through the sky of your awareness. The emotions that seemed unbearable reveal themselves to be waves on the ocean of your being, arising and falling but never threatening the depths. The thoughts that seemed so true and important reveal themselves to be just thoughts, mental events with no more inherent reality than dreams. This does not mean you stop caring, stop feeling, stop engaging with life. It means you do all of these things from a foundation of peace rather than from a foundation of fear. You love more fully because you know that even when love changes form, the capacity to love remains. You engage more completely because you know that even when circumstances shift, your fundamental okayness does not depend on outcomes. You meet each moment with presence because you understand that this moment is all there ever is, that past and future are mental constructs appearing in the eternal now. And this moment, right now, is complete. It lacks nothing. It needs nothing added to make it whole. It is already perfect in its imperfection, already sacred in its ordinariness, already miraculous in its simple existence. Your breath continues its ancient rhythm, in and out, in and out. The same rhythm that has sustained life for millions of years, the same breath that every being shares, connecting you to all that lives, all that has ever lived, all that will ever live. You breathe the same air that the Buddha breathed, that all the ancient teachers breathed, that everyone you love has breathed. In this way, you are never separate, never truly alone, always connected through the invisible threads of shared existence. The darkness around you is not empty but full of presence, full of the silent witness that is your true nature. In some traditions, they call this the clear light, the luminous awareness that shines even in darkness, that illuminates all experience without being touched by it. This light is what you are, not the experiences that come and go, but the light that knows all experiences. Let yourself rest as this light now. Not trying to be it or achieve it or become it, but simply recognizing that you already are it, have always been it, could never be anything else. The trying, the seeking, the striving to become something different, all of this is just the light forgetting itself, playing at being lost so it can experience the joy of being found. But you do not need to play that game anymore tonight. You can remember now, you can recognize now, you can come home now to what you have always been, what you are right now, what you will always be. This is not an achievement, not something you earn through practice or deserve through good behavior. It is a simple seeing, a clear recognition, a moment of waking up from the dream of separation. And from this recognition, sleep becomes not an escape from consciousness but a return to source, a dissolving of the temporary form back into the formless, a release of the particular back into the universal. When you sleep deeply tonight, you will rest in this formless awareness, this consciousness prior to all thoughts and dreams, this pure being that is your deepest nature. Tomorrow you will wake and the form will reassemble. The person will return with their name and history and responsibilities. But somewhere deep inside, you will remember. You will carry this recognition like a seed that will slowly grow, slowly transform how you meet your life, slowly change everything while changing nothing. The stories remain with you as seeds planted in fertile soil. They will sprout when the season is right, when the conditions support their growth. You do not need to water them with effort or force them with striving. They will grow naturally, the way all living things grow, from their own inner intelligence, their own inherent wisdom. Trust this process. Trust that what you have heard tonight will work on you in ways you cannot predict or control. Trust that the teachings will reveal themselves when you need them, will offer themselves when the moment calls for them. Trust that you are being guided, supported, held by something far larger and wiser than your conscious mind can grasp. The night grows deeper around you, darker, quieter, more still. The world outside continues its movement, but here in this space, in this moment, there is only peace, only silence, only the gentle rhythm of your breath marking time in a timeless space. You have nowhere to go, nothing to achieve, no one to become. You can simply be here, breathing, aware, at rest. All the seeking that has driven you through your days can stop now. All the questions that have troubled you can be set aside. All the problems you carry can wait until tomorrow. Right now, in this sacred darkness, you are free from all of that. Free to simply be, free to simply rest, free to simply allow yourself to be held by this moment that asks nothing and offers everything. The teachings you have received tonight are not burdens to carry but wings to lift you. They do not add weight but remove it, stripping away the false beliefs that have kept you from recognizing your own freedom, your own peace, your own completeness. Each story was an invitation to let go of something that was never true, to release something that was never yours, to stop fighting a battle that was never necessary. Let go now of the belief that you are not enough. You are enough. You have always been enough. The universe does not make mistakes. Your existence is not an accident but an intention, a gift, a precious opportunity for consciousness to experience itself in this particular way. You are wanted here. You belong here. There is no one else who can be you. No one else who can offer what you offer simply by being alive. Let go of the belief that peace is somewhere else, something to achieve in the future when conditions are finally perfect. Peace is here now, has always been here, waiting beneath the surface of your seeking like water beneath desert sand. You do not need to dig for it or search for it. You only need to stop disturbing the surface with your constant movement, your endless striving, your refusal to be still long enough to feel it. Let go of the belief that you must be perfect to be worthy of love, of rest, of happiness. Your imperfection is not a flaw but a feature, not a mistake but a truth. Not something to hide but something that makes you real, that makes you human, that makes you capable of genuine connection with others who are equally imperfect, equally human, equally worthy. Let go of the belief that you are separate from all that is, that you are alone in this vast universe, struggling to survive in a hostile world. You are not separate. You are not alone. You are part of everything, connected to everything through invisible threads of shared being, through the awareness that animates all things, through the consciousness that looks out through every pair of eyes. Let go of trying to control what cannot be controlled. Let go of demanding that reality be different than it is. Let go of fighting against the natural flow of change, of impermanence, of things arising and passing in their own time according to their own nature. When you stop fighting the river, you discover that it has been carrying you all along, that you can trust its current, that it knows where it is going even when you do not. Let go of the past that you have been carrying like stones in a sack, weighing you down, making each step heavier than it needs to be. The past is gone. It exists only in memory, only in the stories you tell yourself, only in the meaning you assign to events that have already dissolved back into the void from which they came. You can set down these stones. You can let the water return to stillness. You can forgive yourself and others, and life itself, for not being perfect, for not matching the ideal you held in your mind. Let go of the future you have been trying to control, trying to ensure, trying to make safe through your worrying and planning and endless preparation. The future does not exist. It is a phantom, a projection, a story you tell yourself about what might happen based on what has happened before. But the future, when it arrives, will always arrive as now, as this present moment, the only moment that has ever existed, the only moment in which you can ever live. And this present moment, exactly as it is enough. The breath moving through you is enough. The awareness that knows you are breathing is enough. The simple fact of being alive right now is enough. You do not need to add anything to this moment to make it complete. You do not need to become anyone different to make this moment sacred. It is already complete. It is already sacred. You are already home. Feel how completely you have released now. How deeply you have let go. Your body is so heavy it feels as if it could sink right through the surface beneath you, becoming one with the earth that supports all things, returning to the source from which all forms arise. Your breath is so slow, so subtle, that you can barely sense its movement. The boundary between breathing and being breathed, becoming softer, more permeable, easier to dissolve. Your mind, which was so busy when we began this journey, has quieted to a whisper. Thoughts arising more slowly, with more space between them, becoming less sticky, less able to capture your attention and carry you away. You rest more and more in the awareness that witnesses thoughts rather than in the thoughts themselves, in the sky rather than in the clouds, in the ocean rather than in the waves. This awareness that you are, this consciousness that experiences everything, is not tired. It does not need rest the way the body needs rest, the way the mind needs rest. It is always fresh, always awake, always here, but it can allow the body to rest, can allow the mind to rest, can allow everything to rest while itself remaining as the silent witness, the pure presence, the light that shines in darkness. And so you can sleep deeply tonight, knowing that even in sleep, something in you remains awake. Even in dreams, something in you is watching. Even in the deepest unconsciousness, awareness remains, holding all experiences, including the experience of unconsciousness itself. You are safe to let go completely because what you truly are cannot be lost, cannot be damaged, cannot be diminished by anything that happens in time. Sleep is not an ending but a returning, not a loss of consciousness but a release of identification with the personal self. When you sleep, you return to source, to the formless awareness that existed before this body was born and will exist after this body dissolves. You rest in your true nature, free from the burden of being someone, of maintaining a self, of defending a position, of proving your worth. And when you wake tomorrow, you will reassemble, the person will return, the story will continue. But something will be different. You will carry with you, perhaps so subtly you do not even notice it at first, a recognition that you are more than the story, more than the person, more than anything that can be named or defined or limited by concepts. You will move through your day and somewhere, in quiet moments, you might remember what it felt like to rest in awareness, to let go of seeking, to be complete exactly as you are. And in that remembering, even if only for a breath, you will touch the peace that is always here, always available, always waiting for you to stop long enough to notice it. The teachings do not ask you to be different. They ask you to recognize what you already are. They do not demand that you achieve something extraordinary. They point to the extraordinary nature of the ordinary, the miracle of this breath, this awareness, this moment of being alive. They do not require you to go anywhere. They show you that you are already home, have always been home, could never be anywhere else because home is not a place but a recognition. You are home now, resting in the awareness that is your deepest nature. You are home in this breath, in this darkness, in this silence that holds all sound. You are home in this body that has carried you faithfully through every moment of your life, never asking for thanks, never demanding recognition, simply doing what bodies do with a wisdom far deeper than conscious thought. Thank your body now for all it has done, for all it continues to do, for breathing when you forget to notice breathing, for healing wounds without your direction, for digesting food, pumping blood, growing hair, renewing cells, maintaining the countless processes that keep you alive. Your body knows how to rest. It has been wanting to rest, waiting for you to stop interfering, to stop demanding, to stop controlling. Let your body rest now in its own wisdom. Let it do what it knows how to do without your help, without your supervision, without your anxious monitoring. Trust it. It has never betrayed you. It has never failed you. Even when it has been sick or injured or limited, it has been doing its best, working with what it has, adapting to circumstances, surviving against odds you cannot even imagine. Your body is a miracle, and it is ready to rest now, ready to release the day's tensions, ready to repair and renew, ready to prepare itself for tomorrow without needing any instructions from you. Let it do its work. Let it rest. Let it be held by this moment, by this darkness, by this silence. And as your body rests more deeply, your mind can rest too. All the thinking that has filled your days, all the analyzing and planning and worrying and remembering, all of it can quiet now. Thoughts will still arise, yes. This is natural. This is what minds do. But you do not need to engage with them. Do not need to follow them. Do not need to believe them. Let thoughts be like clouds drifting across the sky of your awareness. Notice them if you notice them. Let them pass if they pass. Do not fight them. Do not feed them. Simply allow them to be what they are. Temporary arisings with no more substance than dreams, no more reality than shadows, no more power than you give them through your attention. Your mind has worked hard today, has worked hard every day of your life. It has tried to keep you safe, tried to solve problems, tried to figure things out, tried to make sense of this complex, confusing, beautiful, terrible world. It has done its best, and now it can rest. It has earned this rest. It deserves this peace. Let your mind settle like snow falling on a windless night, each thought drifting down softly, landing gently, dissolving into the vast stillness that holds all movement. Let your mind become quiet like a forest after rain, dripping and settling, everything washed clean, everything fresh, everything at peace. And your heart, your tender heart that has loved and lost, that has opened and closed, that has been broken and healed and broken again, your brave heart that continues to beat, continues to feel, continues to care despite everything. Let your heart rest too. Let your heart soften. Let the protective walls come down. Let the armor fall away. You are safe here. You do not need to defend yourself against this moment. You do not need to guard against vulnerability or protect against hurt. Here in this darkness, in this silence, you can be completely open, completely soft, completely undefended. Your heart knows how to rest, knows how to open, knows how to receive. When you stop demanding that it be invulnerable, when you stop insisting that it never be hurt, when you allow it to be tender and open and achingly alive, it rests in its own nature, which is love, which is connection, which is the recognition that separation was always an illusion. Rest in your heart now. Feel its rhythm, steady and strong, pumping life through every cell, connecting you to the pulse of existence itself. Your heartbeat is the drum of life, the same rhythm that beats in every living thing, the same pulse that moves through trees and rivers and stars. You are part of this rhythm. You belong to this pulse. You are held by this heartbeat that began before you were born and will continue after you are gone. Let yourself be rocked by this rhythm like a child rocked in loving arms. Let yourself be soothed by this pulse like waves lapping at the shore. Let yourself be carried by this beat like a leaf carried by a gentle stream. You are safe. You are held. You are loved. The love that holds you is not personal. It is not conditional. It is not something you must earn or deserve or prove yourself worthy of. It is the love that is the very nature of existence itself. The love that holds stars in their courses and atoms in their orbits. The love that makes flowers open and hearts beat and consciousness arise in forms throughout the universe. This love is what you are made of, what you are sustained by, what you will return to when this life ends. You cannot fall out of this love because you are this love, expressing itself as this particular human being, experiencing what it is like to be you in this moment. Rest in this love now. Let it hold you completely. Let it dissolve every fear, every doubt, every sense of unworthiness. You are loved not for what you do or what you achieve or how perfect you are, You are loved simply for being, simply for existing, simply for being this particular expression of the infinite in finite form. And now, having journeyed together through these teachings, having walked with ancient teachers through their wisdom, having touched the truth that lives at the heart of all genuine spiritual teaching, you can let it all go. Let the stories dissolve. Let the teachings fade. Let even these words dissolve into the silence from which they came. What remains when all words fade? What is here when all teachings are released? What remains when every concept dissolves? Simply this. Simply you. Simply awareness, aware of being aware. Simply the presence that has been here all along, beneath every word, every story, every teaching. This presence is what you are. Not what you will become through practice, not what you might achieve through effort, but what you are right now, in this moment, exactly as you are, complete, whole, free, at peace. Rest now. Rest completely. Rest as what you are, not as what you think you should be. Rest as awareness itself, spacious and open and free. Rest as consciousness experiencing the simple miracle of being alive in this moment, breathing in darkness, held by silence, carried by the eternal now. Let sleep come if it comes. Let wakefulness remain if it remains. Both are welcome here. Both are expressions of the same awareness, the same presence, the same infinite playing at being finite. You do not need to make sleep happen. You do not need to force rest. You only need to allow, to accept, to let go of trying to control what unfolds naturally when you stop interfering. The night stretches out before you, long and generous, offering hours of rest, of renewal, of return to source. You have all the time you need. There is no rush. There is nowhere you need to be except exactly where you are. Nothing you need to do except exactly what you are doing, which is resting, allowing, being. Your breathing has become so soft now, so gentle, barely a whisper of movement. The tide of your life flowing in and out with the rhythm that has sustained you since birth, that will sustain you until death, that connects you to all breathing beings, all living things, all expressions of life throughout this vast universe. Each breath is complete in itself, needing nothing added, requiring no improvement. Breath breathing itself, life living itself, awareness aware of its own presence. The circle complete, the journey finished. The seeking ended in the simple recognition that you are already home, have always been home, could never be anywhere else. The Buddha sat beneath the Bodhi tree and looked up at the morning star and said, "How wonderful, how mysterious. All beings, just as they are enlightened." He was not talking about some future enlightenment to be achieved through practice. He was pointing to what is already true, what has always been true, what you are discovering right now in this moment of complete rest, complete acceptance, complete allowing. You are enlightened, just as you are. Not because you have achieved something special or become someone extraordinary, but because enlightenment is simply being fully present to what is, fully accepting of what is, fully at peace with what is. And right now, in this moment, you are present. You are accepting. You are at peace. This is it. This is what you have been seeking. Not some future state of perfection, but this present moment of simple being. Not some dramatic transformation, but this quiet recognition that you are already complete. Not some extraordinary experience, but this ordinary miracle of being alive, breathing, aware. The stories you have heard tonight were fingers pointing at the moon, and now you can see the moon itself. The teachings were rafts to carry you across the river, and now you have reached the other shore. The practices were maps to guide you home, and now you are home. You can set down the stories. You can leave behind the teachings. You can release the practices. What remains is just this. Just you. Just now. Just the simple, profound, extraordinary ordinariness of being alive in this moment, exactly as you are, complete and whole and free. Let everything soften now. Let everything release. Let everything return to the source from which it came. Your body returning to earth, your breath returning to air, your awareness returning to the vast spaciousness that is its nature. Not dying but dissolving, not ending but merging, not losing yourself but finding yourself in everything. You are the darkness that holds you. You are the silence that surrounds you. You are the breath that breathes you. You are the awareness that knows all of this. You are not separate from any of it. You have never been separate. The separation was only ever a thought, a belief, a story you told yourself, and now that story can end. Now that belief can dissolve. Now that thought can be released. What remains when the story of separation ends? What is here when the belief in a small separate self dissolves? What remains when all thoughts quiet? Just this vast, spacious, loving awareness that is your true nature, that is the nature of all things, that is the ground of being itself. Not something you have, but something you are. Not something you achieve, but something you recognize. Not something in the future, but something eternally present, eternally now, eternally here. Rest as this now. Rest as this presence. Rest as this awareness that has no beginning and no end, that was never born and can never die, that is the constant background of all experience, the unchanging witness of all change, the eternal now in which all moments appear and disappear. Let yourself dissolve into this awareness like a drop of water dissolving into the ocean, like a breath of air dissolving into the sky, like a wave dissolving back into the sea. You are not losing yourself, you are finding yourself. You are not disappearing, you are becoming everything. And in this dissolution, this release, this letting go of the small self into the vast self, there is such peace, such freedom, such profound relief. The burden of being someone falls away. The exhaustion of maintaining a separate self dissolves. The loneliness of isolation transforms into the intimacy of union with all that is. Sleep now, knowing that you are held. Sleep now, trusting that you are safe. Sleep now, resting in the certainty that you are loved beyond measure, that you belong here, that your existence matters, that you are wanted and needed and precious exactly as you are. The teachings will be here tomorrow if you need them. The stories will return when you are ready for them. But for now, let it all go. Let yourself be empty, open, free. Let yourself rest in the vast spaciousness that needs nothing, knows nothing, is simply here, simply present, simply being. May you sleep the deep, dreamless sleep of perfect peace. May you rest in the arms of the infinite that has been holding you all along. May you wake tomorrow refreshed and renewed, carrying something wordless within you, some recognition that cannot be named but that will slowly change everything while changing nothing. May all beings everywhere find this same peace. May all hearts know this same rest. May all minds discover this same freedom. May the suffering of all beings everywhere be eased. May all find their way home to the truth that was never lost, to the peace that was always here, to the love that is their deepest nature. And now there is only breath, only silence, only darkness, only the vast, loving awareness that holds all things. Only this, only now, only home.